It's the midpoint of the season. It's time for the Vera Tools British Kart Championships to head northeast for Event 5 here at Warden Law. A test of every element of a driver's skill set, this ever-improving facility just outside Sunderland is our home for this weekend's third round of 2024 for the rotax classes and the eagerly anticipated start of the season for the KZ2 class. More than 150 drivers have headed to Karting North East looking to build upon results at PF International and Lark Hall so far this season in rotax. Among them are the winners in Micromax and Junior Rotax from Scotland, Austin Owen and Will Antrobus. Impressing across that weekend and looking to take that final step to victory are Alfie Mayer, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Harry Taylor, both of the last two in Minimax. Senior Rotax is set for another battle royale in a tightly congested championship, which includes the likes of former champ Guy Cunnington and Gustav Zuzakovs. KZ2 has mentioned races for the first time this weekend with plenty of experience across the field. Miles Murphy and Ellis Stevens will both be looking to get their seasons off to the best possible start. All the action, every lap of every race can be followed across the Motorsport UK and Alpha Live platform of channels. It's time to go racing here in Sunderland for Event 5 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. And a very warm welcome live here at Warden Law for the start of racing for Event 5 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Great to have you here on this Saturday afternoon. Myself, Andrew Mather, and Henry Baudet back in the commentary box for the first few events. Henry, great to have you back.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be back. Yes, I've missed a couple of events, had a bit of time away, and I really do appreciate everyone's messages. But yes, thank you very much. Great to be back in the paddock. Great to be back with the excitement that is this year's Vera Tools British Kart Championship. Yes, there we are. Andrew Mather, Henry Baudet back in the box, and on a day which has been mixed in terms of weather. We're going to get on to the qualifying that happened just a couple of moments ago. 12 turns, this circuit, established 1996, started out called the Durham and Yorkshire Kart Club. Long time back in the day, several changes of ownership. I have to say the Hunter family have transformed this venue, and they're continuing to transform this venue into one of the crown jewels of British kart racing.
Yeah, and this circuit has been an ever-present on the rotax calendar since 2020. Here's your weather forecast for today. I think the word is changeable. Bit overcast at the moment, 13 degrees. The heat wave that we had here in the UK earlier on in the week seems to have gone right now. Bit of a challenge for the mechanics in particular. Getting tyre choice right is going to be key today.
The wind is blowing in off the North Sea here in the Karting North East. We are just outside the city of Sunderland. Up in the northeast, you've got Sunderland and Newcastle. If you're from Newcastle, you're a Geordie. If you're from Sunderland, you're a Mackham. There's a good mixture of both here. Very passionate footballing fraternity up here in the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. We have a full day of racing lined up, but it's not just Andrew and myself. Of course, it's Nicole Sutherland as well. Nicole is out in the paddock. Nicole, what is going on?
Thank you, Henry. So we are down here trackside, midpoint in this championship now. So I think what we'll be seeing this weekend is some of those drivers who has headed off into this championship and struggled with some teething problems will now come into their own and give us a really great show. It's also the point in the championship where we'll have some really well-established rivalries from both the PF and Lark Hall rounds. This circuit has changed slightly from when we were here last year. We've got some curb changes, so that means these drivers will be approaching the track slightly differently. The lines will be different from what we've seen in previous years. I do know, however, that this track always gives us some fantastic racing, and I don't think you can ever predict who our champions will be at these rounds. So I'll pass back over to you guys in the box so we can see who our players will be this weekend.
Indeed, and this, of course, is the place where champions are born. Henry, and good insights there from Nicole. As I say, you know, to the untrained eye, does look very similar to 2023 visit, but it's those little details that have been developed.
And that's something that is really important that Nicole mentions there. Curbs, simply changing the pattern of the curbs, the design of the curbs, the height of the curbs, especially in karting, with this so low to the ground with no suspension, that can change the entire approach to a lap. And we've certainly seen a lot of drivers using those new curbs. Sparks are quite literally flying as we look at not only where champions are born, of course, this being the Vera Tools British Championship, we're also very grateful for our other sponsors, My Race Lab being one of them, Demon Tweaks being another. And I know that Andrew, back at PFI, you did a great insight and feature into Vera Tools and what they do, what they provide, not just for the competitors, but for the championship itself. But that's coming up. What have we got today? Before we have a little look at Andrew's feature, what have we got today coming up very briefly?
All the heats, all the rotax and KZ as well. And of course, we have the return of
the
Dave
Cam.
Cam.
Dave Cam, there's Dave on his phone. There's Alfie Garford, reigning TKM, Junior TKM Extreme, Junior TKM champion from last year. He is the driving steward standard advisor. And there is David Manchester. He's hurt his knee. He's on the mend. He's not looking that happy there. That's because he's hurt his knee. He dislocated his knee falling over at Kart Masters last year. They've had there. So that's Dave Cam. That is an insight to show you where some of these decisions are made and how the driving standards on the circuit are, deliberated over. But as I said earlier, this is year 5 of the Vera Tools sponsorship of the British Kart Championship, and Andrew found out a little bit more about them back at the start of the season at PFI.
Once again this year, Vera Tools are the proud title sponsor of the top kart championship in the UK. But not only proud title sponsors, they're getting involved in the action. We're here at the scrutineering bay here at PF to see how they're getting involved and how their products are being put to good use. Here we are in the scrutineering bay at PF International. This is where the scrutineers are busy at work throughout the course of a race weekend, making sure everything's being run to the standards required by the championship. We've got the Tool Rebel roller cabinet here. This is here in the scrutineering bay. Key always in a motorsport environment, quality, ease of use. We can see here, just opening some of the trays, up to 94 pieces can be equipped with one of these Tool Rebel roller cabinets. Beautifully laid out, very high quality tools, and it's the details, it's the little touches that really set this set apart. You can see all of the sockets here, all the different sizes color coded for when it's that quick moment of needing a different size. It's not just reading the numbers, you can see 10mm spanner. How many times have we all lost our 10mm spanners? Little yellow detail on there makes it really easy to find. The tools as well, that ease of use and ergonomics. The handles on the Allen keys fitting beautifully into the scrutineer's hands. Really is a fantastic set to be using here in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships presented by Vera Tools, bringing once again high quality into the championship.
Good to hear there from Vera Tools back early in the season. Let's get ready though. First race of the weekend is up next. It's Senior Rotax. Let's take you through the grid then for the first heat today. This is Groups B and C. Grid determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Teddy Pritchard-Williams has pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. David Mitchell and Alex Moody on row number 2. Gustav Uzakovs and Macaulay Bishop go from row 3. And then it's Neo Clark and the junior winner here last year, Ewan Sharman on row 4.
The top 10 rounded out by Jackson Motorsports' Jamie Perilli and Jack Lilly for Sam Pollock Racing. Sam Baker and Sam Longley make up row 6, while on row number 7 we see Tyler Harris and Ollie Goodyear with David Auleshner and Deacon Russell rounding out row 8.
Senior winner here last year, Lewis Gilbert goes from row 9. He's alongside Joshua Rudd. Alex Adams, Acton and John Brown complete the top 20. Rachel Robertson and Caden McQueen start on row 11. Archie Buttle and Marco Drippenprice start on row 12. And it's Alex Duncan and Louis Weaver on row 13. Tristan Rennie completes a 27-strong field.
A mixed grid. There are in total, how many senior drivers have we got with us this weekend? We have 41. So they're split into 3 groups. So we'll see not all the drivers, obviously, in this heat race. Now, they are coming through Horseshoe Bend. which is the penultimate corner. They'll then weave round a 180-degree right-hander at Paddock Bend that leads you out onto Conrod Straight, named after that famous straight at Bathurst in Australia. A big hello to everybody watching on the live stream, the live broadcast. Big hello to everyone on the live chat. Jan Echterman from Germany, welcome back. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing for the first time at Warden Law, Karting Northeast, and already David Mitchell sideways into turn number 1. But it looks as though, Andrew, that the poleman, Super Teddy Pritchard Williams, has got the jump. There he goes. Everyone battling behind. But it is, they head through St John's and the dogleg into Senna 1. Pritchard Williams and the Strawberry Racing number 5 Tony Kart up at the head of the field. Oh dear.
And a few karts off towards the back. Rachel Robertson is one of the karts involved there in the number 56.
22 Archie Buttle for KR Sport. Look like Josh, let's have a little look who else was involved there. Alex Adams Acton also could have been involved in that one. But at the front, it's Pritchard Williams, and it looks like the Dan Holland Racing number 93 of Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort in second. Brandon already giving a gesticulation for something, and up into P3 goes Macaulay Bishop.
Yeah, Bishop's had a really good weekend so far. Starts the weekend second in the championship standings. Teddy Pritchard Williams, your race leader, of course, did not have a good time last time out in Scotland when we visited Lark Hall. This is the perfect response to get his championship bid back on track. Further down the order, Caden McQueen's made a good start. He's up 12 positions. Had a difficult qualifying report from this morning for the seniors. The first group of qualifiers, wet conditions. The second group of drivers were in drying conditions. That's why we're seeing a bit of a mixed up grid here. But Caden McQueen starting to press through the field there as well. I think that's Ewan Charman cutting through. Charman, who had a good run last year here in the juniors, took the round victory. This is, of course, though, the seniors, a harder prospect, but Ewan Charman has impressed across the course of the season so far. He's got ahead of Jamie Perilli there for 7th place.
Now, of course, this is the top end of the circuit. They come through the dogleg, over some of those new curbs, into St John's Bend. There's Bishop looking to the inside on his teammate, Nagelvoort. Takes P2 through the 2 Senna hairpins. This is coming out of Senna 2. Now, the direct drive karts will go straight into the Dunlop chicane here. The KZ2s will go all the way across the top through the back straight into Gasworks hairpin. And there is another driver who had a very poor qualifying session, Lewis Gilbert, passing his teammate David Mitchell, who is going in the other direction, it has to be said, but learning process for David Mitchell. He's still getting used to karting after taking time away from being one of the team captains on Would I Lie to You?
Indeed. He had a big step forward last time out when we were in Scotland. He's looking to make the final again. Can he use, maybe he doesn't quite have that dry pace at the moment, but can he keep using the good qualifying to get some points on the board? That's a nice move. That's Uzakov's down the inside of Nagelvoort for 3rd place. Hunter Motorsport this weekend looking for big results at their own circuit, or their home circuit I should say. Jack Lilly goes through. Jack Lilly's had a very good preparation or round of runs around this circuit in preparation. That was a good move down the inside for 4th place. There's more moves further back that we'll catch up with in a few moments' time. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Coming round to complete lap number 4, it's Pritchard Williams by 0.8 of a second ahead of Bishop. Uzakov's Lilly, Klein-Nagelvoort, that's your top 5. Charman, Perilli, McQueen, Neo Clark and Lewis Gilbert complete the top 10, and Gilbert, new fastest lap of the race.
And I have to say that see Jack Lilly moving up into the top 4 there, that's just indicative of the kind of progress that Sam Pollitt Racing have made. Now, of course, I wasn't at Lark Hall, and that's when they broke through. They finally got over the line, got those first couple of wins, final wins for Antrobus in the British Championship, joining the top tier of teams. Tier 1 operation, Sam Pollitt Racing and Jack Lilly, simply just continuing that pace and progress. They've had good kits. Their drivers are now a year more experienced. We're getting to the stage with the drivers last year for the team. They were getting into those critical moments, the critical phase of the race, where one decision is the difference between winning and losing a race. Last year, oftentimes the decision was the wrong one. This time, those drivers with another year of experience, Sam and Anderson Chilcott and the rest of the crew are really working wonders. And for me, anyway, you know, team of the year so far.
Absolutely. We were in the awning yesterday for Track Talk, which you'll be able to see on the Karting UK YouTube channel in due course. A really relaxed atmosphere. I think they've got that monkey off of their shoulders now of getting that first place. Kind of like the buses analogy, isn't it? You wait all that time.
Two come along at once.
Same round.
Yes.
Meanwhile, back in this one, Caden McQueen all over the pack of Jamie Perilli here for 7th place. Moving into the last 5 minutes of this one, McQueen is your biggest mover in this race so far, up 14 positions. Lewis Gilbert has got past Neo Clark in the background as well for 9th place. Got to be patient through this part of this Karting Northeast Warden Law circuit. Got to wait for your opportunities, which will come now into the first of the centre hairpins. Klein Nagelbort trying his desperate best to hold off this attack, but McQueen's down the inside, has already got Perilli. He's trying to get through on the DHR driver as well. Neo Clark's back in the fray. Also, this is all 6th down to 10th place. Lewis Gilbert's taken advantage. Also has got past Perilli, bit wide there from Klein Nagelbort. McQueen's going to be on the outside now through Horseshoe, and straight down the inside goes Lewis Gilbert. But out go McQueen, out go Gilbert. Not a good start at all for two drivers you'd expect to see at the front of this order. It's a repeat of the problems for McQueen in Heat 1, like we saw at Lark Hall. And for last year's winner, of course, here at Warden Law, Lewis Gilbert. That bad qualifying is compounded now, Henry. That's going to be a bad score in this first round of heats.
And I've got to say, I think Caden was just trying the crossover move. He was trying the crossover there, and rear wheel to rear wheel contact. And I did notice that the rear of Caden's car come up and give Lewis a wee nudge of the shoulder, which Lewis is still in a bit of discomfort. And we're going to go to the full course caution. Full course caution. Now Lewis is sitting on the grass with Dan Ashton, one of our race directors, out of the cart, talking to him with helmet off, but in a little bit of discomfort. So we're now in a situation, 3 minutes 10 to go. This is smart by Teddy Pritchard-Williams. It's not great for the viewers, because what Teddy is doing, he's thinking, I'm going to do one lap and it's going to take me 3 minutes to do this lap, because what he doesn't want, and there's some of his strawberry team, there's Albie Friend and Jensen Chalk and Josh Griffin, they're all waving. What Teddy doesn't want to have to do, he doesn't want to take a restart with a minute to go and with Macaulay Bishop lined up directly on his rear bumper.
No, that's
Teddy's thinking that may not work out quite as well as I want it to. So I'm going to take it nice and steadily. It's a safety issue. He is the pace car, effectively. Yeah, I think if it was 8 minutes to go, he might be going a little bit quicker. But hey, there's the Diamond of Dalry, up and out. That's a good news. So his shoulder is still there and looking at the right place. And he's having a little bit of a limp, but that's quite all right. Couple of cans of Iron Brew, and you'll be right as rain, Lewis.
Yeah, it's good to see Lewis out of the cart, walking away under his own steam, and fingers crossed we'll be able to see Lewis Gilbert back out on circuit later on. All drivers in senior rotax getting 2 heats today, of course, trying to qualify directly into tomorrow's pre-final by being in the top 28 of the intermediate classification. Otherwise, it'll be repechage time for the other 13.
Another thing I've noticed, Andrew, and this is something that the paddock are saying that the viewers at home will also see, thanks to the great camera work from the Alpha Live crew, is that this circuit, number one, it's very bumpy.
Yep.
The tarmac, it's very different. Because you've got the North Sea, a lot of salt air heads over this way. That, you can see, it weathers the tarmac an awful lot. Jetting. A lot of people are saying the jetting up here is just strange. You know, it's the atmospheric conditions where, you know, apart from Lark Hall, this is as north as we go. So there's a barometric place. And look at Teddy. This is smart driving from Super Ted. He's trying to keep those tyres as warm as he can, but Bishop is there, primed and ready. And Teddy is looking over. When's he going to go? Now.
Yeah, he's going to go now.
Restart.
He had a look across the sea if we're going back to green. Yes, we are. Good jump there from Teddy Pritchard-Williams to get back out ahead of Macaulay Bishop by 0.4 of a second. Now, what are the tyre temperatures like? What performance does Macaulay Bishop have? He's closing in through into Dogleg. St. John's is up next. Bishop's already made a move into Senna 1 so far in this race, and Pritchard-Williams is a little bit wide. Has to defend into Senna 1, which he does. Composed driving from the Welshman. Gozakovs and Lily there fighting over third place. Into the back chicane, weaving through there. Next opportunity for Bishop is Gasworks, and Pritchard Williams knows it. Here comes Bishop down the inside, and very close between them there. Uzakovs goes round. Another two of the front runners out of this one, and at the front it goes. More chaos going into the horseshoe. Ewan Charman initially took the lead, has spun off there through horseshoe 2. Who has emerged at the front of this one? It's Perilli.
The top 6 drivers combined to take each other out in the space of 3 corners. And now, as we start the final lap, Jamie Perilli for Jax Motorsports. Neo Clark, David Mitchell, Deacon Russell and Brandon Nagelvoort are your top 5. Cat thrown squarely amongst the senior rotax pigeons.
Absolutely, round the final few corners then. Jamie Perilli started this one on the 5th row of the grid, had a very, very good run in preparations for this round of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, and quite unexpectedly, I think at the middle point of this race, that slow procedure has blown things wide open.
Yes.
Perilli is going to take maximum points, takes the checkered flag. Neo Clark P2, David Mitchell, after that difficult first half of the race, finishes 3rd ahead of Deacon Russell. Brandon Klein Nagelvoort brings it home in the top 5.
Do you know what? Looking down at the rest of the order will bring you, you'll see the results, the full results coming up on your screen. Even though it's a heat race, that is going to create a lot of issues for a lot of drivers because you've got a bunch of people there in the top 10 who you wouldn't normally expect to see, you know, all being fair. You know, behind the top 5, Tristan Rennie, Ollie Goodyear, Tyler Harris, Sam Longley, David O'Lesner salvaging 10th, Alex Moody, the recovering Jack Lilly, Sam Baker, Super Ted, Teddy Pritchard Williams down in 14th. That means the pre-final grid is going to be jumbled up. It means that we're probably going to see a couple of big names down in the repechage. Bishop in 15th, Duncan, McQueen 17th, Archie Buttle, Usakovs 19th, then Adams Ackland, Robertson, Brown, Marco Drittenprice, followed by Rudd, Ewan Charman, and then unfortunately Lewis Gilbert, and we lost Louis Weaver as well. But there we go. Do you know what? I think that victory I can almost forgive Jamie Perilli's dad, Simon, for buying a powder blue BMW. It's not even a Coventry City, but it's a powder blue BMW. Horrific looking thing. But I can forgive him because his son just won a go-kart race. There's Neo Clark. You can see Neo has grown a lot since the last time we saw him. I saw him earlier. He was like, yeah, it's a bit of a pain, actually, because I'm a bit too big now. But he's still got 4 kilos of lead on the cart. It's just height. And, yeah, do you know what? There's some... Who else have we got there
David
giving
Mitchell
a
with a big smile on his face,
yeah.
understandably. Oh, I mean, the lap chart for David Mitchell will tell enough of the story.
Yeah, there he is on the left-hand side of your screen.
It looks a quite boring race in a way for David Mitchell because he started 3rd and finished 3rd. But we know from
in between, he was 33rd, 13th, 23rd, almost 1st. And a good result there. I mean, okay, so you can see the Potenza Engines logo. That is Potenza. They provide the waft, for craft motorsport. It's known as Das Waft. It's German.
Tristan Rennie ended up as your biggest mover in that race, up 21 places to 6th. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
What a start to our weekend then. I want to head over in this direction to speak to race winner Jamie Perilli. As you all saw, a bit of an interesting start to the race. Let's weave through and go and catch up with Jamie. Jamie, can you tell us about what you think happened in that race from your perspective?
To be honest, I couldn't even tell you. It was a lot went on in 2 corners, but somehow I come out in first and I take what I'm given, so done well there.
And do you think we're going to be seeing like the same of more for the rest of this weekend?
I mean, I hope so. I done well last weekend here at the UKC round, so hopefully we can keep the pace up and get in the top 3s ready for the pre-final.
And would you say that last weekend, confidence boost then for you?
Oh, 100%. Coming second with a grid like that, unbelievable result, really.
Great to speak to you then, Jamie. We'll head back up then to Andrew and Henry.
Thank
First,
you very much, Nicole.
I've got to say, I must
on.
apologise to the audience if you heard a couple of bits of choice language there. Jamie, the U word slipped out. He didn't mean it. It's okay. But there was a warm-up event last weekend up here that Jamie did very well in. But again, apologies for the bad language there. Only joking. Alpha Live providing great coverage of all karting championships, not just the main one, this one, the main one, the British one. The only one, number one.
So that was race 1, ladies and gentlemen, of 25 that we've got for you here this weekend at Warden Law. Next up, we haven't gone through what our schedule's looking like for today. So whilst we're waiting for the next race, Junior Rotax are up next. 2 full rounds of heats for Junior Rotax today. So all drivers are in either groups A, B, C, or D. It's a little bit like the old Euros format.
58 junior drivers.
Indeed. So that's the first 2 heats for those drivers. They're coming up next. Back here at Warden Law, Event 5 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet alongside each other in the box. Henry, we've only had 1 race and we're already out of breath.
Yeah, so Andrew looking at the 25 races and he looking at if I got enough tablets to get me through. Not only is he going to put up with me for 2 days, but the racing is going to be very, very, very impressive indeed. Here is a look. A couple of people saying hello. A big shout out to a couple of the locals coming down to spectate and have a little watch. Here, it's a very, very difficult track to get into parking. But yeah, there's certain ways. Yeah, can you say hello to Katie and Arminath, local to the track? Come down so if you're here watching and spectating, good day to you. A poll has appeared. We got a lot of polls this week. Thursday is a big poll this week, you know. But on this opinion poll is whether there's going to be any more precipitation.
I'm saying nothing because last week I said there might be some rain and was trying to be positive, and then the weather god said no, and there was thunder and lightning.
Now, there's Fiddly Buck. It's been very, very, very cold this morning. The only thing warm here is his top lip. Bumfluff Buck is up next.
Here we go then, Junior Rotax, heat number 1 for them, second race of the weekend. Leon Hasty has pole position, was fastest in time qualifying early this morning. Harry Bartle alongside on the front row. Lucas Blanford and Hugh Moulton on row 2, Finley Buck and Cole Denham on row number 3. On row 4, it's Jack West and Lewis Goff.
Row number 5, Thomas Min Spearing and Kai Clark. Row 6, Brian and Truman and Kai Veach. Row 7, Shane Chandaria, the Kenyan driver, alongside Charlie King, with Joshua Turnbull and Jacob Woods up next.
Owen Neve and Zach McDonald go from row number 9. Ben Horner and Maxim Cohen start on row number 10. On row 11, it's John Buchan and Matteo Palazzo. Row 12, it's Victor Hansen and Oliver White.
And still there are more. Marcel Poppercool and Emily Cotty on row 13. Vlad Tomenchuk and Stanley Clark up next with Charlie Neve representing Malaysia next. Thailand, apologies, I've got my flags wrong.
We've got New Zealand represented in this race
Excellent.
as well from Maxim Cohen. Welcome to
Hello, Maxim.
British Kart Championships. Stanley Clark as well, running for the first time this year for Hunter Motorsport, one of the locals here at Warden Law. Into the tram lines, lights to green, 10 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Good start for both drivers on the front row. Bartle's going to look around the outside. Has he got the lead? He has. Brilliant run from the O-plate winner. Had to be brave around the outside there of Leon Hasty, but he made it stick through Dogleg towards St. John's for the first time. Looks like all of them have just about made it through, but what a start there, Henry, from Harry Bartle.
And I have to say, Hugh Moulton in the Coles Racing number 51, and starting on the outside of row number 2, he was almost in the scrutineering bay at the outside of turn number 1. He managed to hold on, but he's dropped quite a ways down the order as we go into Gasworks Hairpin, down the hill, and now into Horseshoe Bend, around Horseshoe into Paddock. As we look back in the pack, there's Paddock in that area. That's where McQueen and Gilbert had their collision in the last race. But as we complete lap number 1, Harry Bartle is away, off and running. But Leon Hasty, he's got his Scottish countryman Lucas Blandford right behind him for the Ultimate R team, running 2 and 3. So the Englishman has got a pair of Scots bearing down on him with Finley Buck, Thomas Min spearing the closer, Cole Denham, Lewis Goff, whose dad, his dad owning the team, that McLaren team that started on pole position in the GT3 class at the Le Mans 24 Hours a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely. For Leon Hasty, it's been a tough season so far. I do think he's one of those drivers that Nicole was talking about earlier that will look to shine through this weekend at the middle point of the season. It just didn't happen for him in the pre-final or the final on home soil at Lark Hall for round number 2. End of the second lap. Bartle from Hasty by less than 0.2 of a second. Then it's the 2 Ultimate R's of Blandford and Buck. Thomas Min Spearing's had a decent start. He's up 5 positions to 4th. Biggest mover out there of all of them. We'll look down to 9th place. Joshua Turnbull has gained 6 places.
As we got hello to Craig Corbett from tuning in from New Zealand, watching Maxim Kerwin, who has dropped to 23rd position. As we look, what are the karts there? There's the number 10 Argenti kart of Thomas Min Spearing. Kai Clark running in 10th place for KR Sports. I just want to take a moment personally to say hi to Kai's family watching at home, and I hope that you're all very well indeed. Sorry, it's a personal message from myself to them, and I hope that you're all watching. Kai is holding on firm to a place in the top 10, but this is looking very good. It's not for the race lead, it's for the number 13 kart. Let's have a little look. Who have we got there? This is the battle. That's Vlad Tomenchuk. And now we're looking back up at the front. There's Finley Buck in the number 31 kart, trying to hold on to what I believe is now 6th position.
Yeah, Leon Hasty lost a bit in that last lap, but has now been able to get back up to 2nd place. That down the inside, Joshua Turnbull does have a plus 5 second penalty, we should note, an in-race time penalty. So if he can get 5 seconds down the road, then he'll negate that one. The trouble is right now he's stuck in the middle of the top 10 there, P6. Kai Clark sets the new fastest lap of the race, but is instantly beaten by Hugh Moulton. There you see Hasty now back up to 2nd place, but all this squabbling, Henry, means that Harry Bartle, it's a very nice 3/4 of a second lead right now. He could just take things a little bit calmer as to the inside. A Goff down the inside for 3rd place. Spearing follows past Lucas Blandford for P4. There is Joshua Turnbull at the back of this group now as well for DHR in the number 27. Looking racy, looking like he's got a good level of front-end grip, which you need round here at Warden Law. Defending there was Blandford to the inside, a little bit further back. Cole Denham getting involved with Finley Buck. That is over 8th place. Hugh Moulton there as well has had a strong season so far for Coles Racing. Another one of the pleasant surprises so far this year in the junior rotax category. As we come to expect, Henry, yes, it's only the first heat of the weekend, but it is all going on out there.
Yes, indeed. Quick update on our Kiwi. Maxim Kerwin in kart number 69, the Dan Holland Racing team, down in 22nd position as well. And I was going to say, yes, there's Hugh Moulton has had a rough time of it in this race. Now we're 3 wide, and that is one of the strawberry carts, I believe, getting shown the outside line. Possibly Zach McDonald or maybe even Charlie King, I think that could have been. But yeah, talk about karting in New Zealand. Of course, New Zealand have got their own karting superstar at the moment, the Kiwi kid himself, Jay Irwin, doing fantastic things out in the United States in the shifter classes. That's KZ gearbox to us British folk. But also you've got the likes of Matt Hamilton, Daniel Bray, you've got Tiffany Chittenden's out there doing a lot of driver coaching. The New Zealand team, especially the New Zealand rotax scene, that's going to be Josh Batoon and Mr. Batoon, the importers for New Zealand. That's going to be really good. I think Ian Black and Karting Australia. So we're going to be seeing a lot more Kiwis and Aussies in the rotax classes in the months and weeks and months to come.
And potentially at Rotax Grand Finals.
Always a big posse of them at the end of the year.
We should mention, because I think it's the last time since we showed some Rotax here for the Era Tools British Kart Championships that Alpha Live will be covering.
Yes, if you haven't heard the news, ladies and gentlemen, this year's Rotax Grand Finals at Sarno in Italy, the biggest, most colourful party in world karting, is going to be broadcast for the first time on Alpha Live.
Back to the racing.
Cannot wait. Yeah, sorry. Back. Enough of the promo, Henry. Back to the go-karting.
Kai Veach and Kai Clark having a really good scrap here over 12th place. Veach has got on the better terms at this moment. Charlie Neve, new fastest lap of the race on a 50.61. 3.5 minutes of this one to go. Back towards the front. Not horrendous pace at the moment at all from Howie Bartle. He's keeping himself out ahead, but that gap is coming down. It's down to less than half a second. Remember, it was at 3/4 of a second. There's down the inside there. Lovely stuff from Thomas Min-Spearing. Takes third place away from Lewis Goff. Joshua Turnbull still there as well. Remember, if you're just joining us, he's got a +5 second in-race time penalty. There's also an investigation underway. Just an investigation at this moment. No jurisdiction off the back of it to the number 78 of Charlie King, who's just been displaced for 16th place by Zach McDonald. 3 minutes of this one to go. Back with the battle between Goff and Turnbull. This is over 4th place. Turnbull pointing forward there to say, no, don't defend, keep going. I've got that +5 second penalty. I want to get as far down the road as possible. Got no intention to fight right now. I'm effectively running a time trial.
But to be fair, Lewis Goff might not be aware that, that's not his problem. No, not Lewis's problem, so he's thinking, I'll defend, he's thinking, well, I need to defend my position, because he doesn't know that there's a penalty involved in that. And we look to see, we're running lap number 10, Bartle, Hasty, Min-Spearing, Goff, all 29 karts down to Oliver White in 29th position, still running. Emily Cotty, 28th, Stanley Clark, 27th, Marcel Poppercool down the order as well, Ben Horner running 25th, Vlad Tomenchuk, Matteo Palazzo, the Scottish stroke Italian driver from dad's from Naples, or a family originally from Naples in Sorrento in Italy. I got to say, Andrew, if you're peckish and you want a very good bit of food, Palazzo's awning. Grampy Palazzo is cooking up a storm at the Italian cuisine.
Well, maybe we'll pop in there later. Right, we'll have the paddock show later tonight.
The paddock show will be shown tonight. Well, it'll be filmed tonight. It'll be given its exclusive showing. Its premiere during the lunch break tomorrow. But back to the circuit. Minute and a half to go. There is the battle with the number 9 kart of Leon Hasty for Thule Motorsport, holding off the Argenti number 10 of Thomas Min-Spearing. If you're new to karting, why have we got 9s? What's some of the numbers been? There goes Min-Spearing. If you've got a number from 1 to 10, that means you're a nationally seeded driver in last year's British Championships in this class. When a driver moves up a class, they do not take their national ranking from the previous year with them.
Don't indeed. That's a good move from Thomas Min-Spearing, looking to get back into the top 3 this weekend. Another driver here that had a so-so lark call. And now Hasty trying to hold on to this 3rd place ahead of Lewis Goff. Joshua Turnbull still in that group. Jack West going along nicely. He's been able to hold that 7th place where he started this race. So we've got 20 seconds on the clock. So this will be the last one on time. Change for third.
Oh,
Goff is through.
oh.
It's all a bit of a squabble down into St. John's. And out wide there goes Joshua Turnbull, is going to lose out in terms of race position, track position, as well as through goes Lucas Blanford in the number 59. Jack West also on the scene now, trying to gain another position for 5th place. Hugh Moulton now challenging Joshua Turnbull. It's been a bit of a frustrating one for Turnbull. Looking down the inside there, Finley Buck not able to make a move into Gasworks. Very difficult corner to get the move done because it drops down. It's a hairpin and a corkscrew kind of combined into one. And it's, as we've already seen today, a fair bit of drama can happen on corner exit through that portion of the circuit. Final lap, 12 completed. Harry Bartle in control of this one, has managed it very well, has extended that lead back up to 0.8 of a second now that the battle for second behind him has broken down. Spearing's comfortable as well. Lewis Goff doesn't need to defend too hard right now, but you know, one mistake and he's going to be back into the clutches of Hasty, Blanford, West, Buck, Turnbull and Moulton behind.
Through the Dunlop chicane for the final time. Looking into Gasworks hairpin. Lucas Blanford defending in earnest, but up at the front, Harry Bartle has the race in the palm of his hand. He takes the checkered flag from Thomas Min Spearing. Lewis Goff comes through to third. Hasty slips back to fourth ahead of Blanford, with Jack West making a good fist of things in the later stages to move back into sixth position. Josh Turnbull, before his penalty is applied, will finish 7th on the road. Hugh Moulton recovering from a tough start to finish 8th, followed by Finley Buck. Brandon Truman, can't wait to see Uncle Tyrone on top. And let's have a little look further back. We're going to see a full result. Now, here is the issue. There is an issue here. It's not an issue, but it's a challenge for this particular circuit. Is the entrance to the pit lane is right after the start finish straight. So the drivers have got to take the checker flag, get on the anchors nice and quickly to get into post-race scrutineering. Here is a look at the first 14 finishers. Still, the closer, Cole Denham, just outside the top 10. Kai Veach, Kai Clark and Owen Neve for the Jack Dex Racing team, rounding out your top 14.
Indeed, and that plus 5 second penalty will move Turnbull down, of course. Shane Chandaria 15th on the road ahead of Zach McDonald. Victor Hansen, Charlie Neve, Jake Woods and Maxim Kerwin all in the top 20. Charlie King, John Buchan, Vlad Tomanchuk, Matteo Palazzo, Ben Horner take us down to 25th. Emily Cotty, Stanley Clark, Marcel Popical and Oliver White, all 29 drivers. Started the race, saw the checkered flag. Let's head down to Nicole.
So back over in Parc Fermé then, we will just quickly catch up with Leon Hasty. Leon, in my experience at this track, it's very difficult mentally and physically, but you're very quick. What does it take to be fast around here, in your opinion?
Just a consistent pace, really. You have to be really strong with the car at all times, or it just breaks away from you all the time. So you just have to be strong with it and have the stamina.
And then slightly different curbs this year from last year. What do you think of the curbs? How does it change the racing?
I think it makes the section of the new curbs a bit quicker and harder to get right every time. So I think it's quite good.
Yeah, well, great to speak to you. I'm going to go and catch up with Harry Bartle then and get his opinion on what it takes to be quick around here. Harry, tough track this weekend, you know, physically and mentally. What do you think of it? What does it take to be fast?
It's one of my favourite tracks. I've been here quite often, but the new curbs have made it a lot different. It's a lot more difficult to get right, and it's a great track, and the pace is looking good. So.
And then we're kind of midpoint in the championship now. You're doing all right. What's the atmosphere like in Strawberry? What are they saying to you at the minute?
It's a great team. We give lots of feedback. The cart's obviously set up really well. They're doing lots of work back at the workshop to get it all right, and it's just a really great team.
Oh well, great to hear from you, Harry. We'll go back into the comms box then.
thank you, Nicole. And of course, you know, for those of you new to the championship, Nicole Sutherland was on this grid in the senior rotax class last year, so she knows the paddock very well. She knows, one of the UK's top rotax, female top rotax racers in the country, now trying, new career beckoning. But yeah, Harry Bartle, we saw a brief at the back of his crash helmet there, Rodney the dog, first Rodney spotting of the weekend. It is a challenging track. Now, let's have a little look out in the paddocks. There's some of our young drivers. There's Mr. Bell Chambers and the first on-screen appearance of baby Bell Chambers. David looking after some of the Zip Factory drivers with his better half and his young daughter. His young daughter, she's been to more kart tracks in the last couple of weeks than me.
Indeed.
And she's about 6 days old. No, no, it's great to see David back in the paddock, a contemporary, one of the first drivers to win a Kart Masters in the rotax classes. There is Mr. Behrman, Master Behrman, Stephen Letts, his mechanic. Now we have got the next race number 3. That would be Thomas Behrman, and he's going to be starting from pole position. There is the Josh Smith, the Project One team in association with the Project One Racing Group in association with Jack's Motorsport. The 54 kart we're looking at there, that's Jake Flewitt, who flew in qualifying on the 3rd row of the grid. Now, he's got his crash helmet on now, but William Antrobus celebrating his maiden victory in the British Championship and the maiden victory for Sam Pollitt Racing. He's growing a victory mullet, Andrew.
It is. I think he's trying to add some downforce out.
He's certainly the
ongoing developments in that camp. And we spoke
his
to him
neck
yesterday.
nice and warm.
Spoke to him yesterday. Again, just a really relaxed nature with them having got their first win last time out at Larkhall, and also taking a clean sweep through the heats and the pre-final as well, of course.
Now, look at that. Let's look close into the eyes of one of these young drivers. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Ready, focus. That's René Descartes. That's philosophy, French.
Absolutely.
That's ignore the visor sticker. I know Jake does some very good designs, but not on this championship. He's got the wrong visor sticker. But yes, the drivers, they're focused. Look at the eyes. Yes, cogito ergo sum. That's Latin. Do you remember Latin in school?
Which my dad would be very disappointed.
René Descartes. I think, therefore I am. And they are all thinking. They are all in. It's a good name for a brand, a clothing brand. I wonder if anyone's come up with that. Itia clothing. Have a little look on it. I wonder. Plug. Carry on.
The drivers in the top 8 of this group, I'd say the story from timed qualifying earlier on was we had a drying track through the seniors. For the juniors, it was just about dry. I mean, it was definitely a slick tyre going on the karts. The second group had slightly better conditions than those in the first. So has it worked out? Pretty much all the drivers who you see on the pre-grid here, they were in the first group when there was still a little bit of moisture on the circuit. And it's thrown up a really, really topsy-turvy grid.
Yes, indeed.
Just looking through, Jake Flewitt we've already mentioned. Adam Turacek we saw there in the number 93 as well. And Jared Fox Whiteley. What's in common for all three of those drivers? This is their first run of the year at this level.
I mean, this is incredible. So the JPD UK team, not quite sure what that stands for. I shall find out. But looking at some of these drivers, Henry Cameron up on the 3rd row of the grid for Ultimate R. Down the back, some of the big names. Number 1, Albie Lapper. Hello to Nanny Barbara. I'm sure you're out there watching. Nanny Barbara, Albie Lapper. Not a great qualifying session. Starts last. We'll go through the full starting lineup for the next race very soon.
let's take you through the grid then for the second heat in Junior Rotax. For all of these drivers, this is their first race of the weekend. Thomas Behrman looking for another Behrman victory this weekend. Starts on pole position alongside Adam Wooden. Mikey Walker and Joshua Smith start on row 2. Henry Cameron and Jake Flewitt start on row 3. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Adam Turacek start on row number 4.
Row number 5 sees William Antrobus and Harrison Crowther starting alongside each other. William Archer and Joe Anderson on row 6. Sebastian Lush and Jacob Ashcroft on row 7. Isabella Stanmore-Wilson and Scott Marsh on row 8.
Heavyweight row 9, Noah Barham starts alongside James Anagnostiadis. Daniel Kilpatrick and Lizzie Mentier complete the top 20. Cameron Nelson and Isaac Barker start on row 11. On row 12, it's Ariman Bansal and Aris Majauskis.
Then Ryan Gill, Charlie Cox, Rotax Minimax World Grand Finals champion Rory Armstrong and Harrison Whittaker on row number 14 with Albie Lapper rounding out your starting lineup.
Well, we've already had 2 very dramatic races today, and this is the very definition of a mixed-up grid from timed qualifying. Can anyone make their way through? Can those starting a little bit higher than usual consolidate their positions? Away we go then for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Side by side into turn 1 again, but it's advantage Behrman from pole position through Brian's Bends towards the dogleg for the first time. Got a number of drivers. Oh, as round there goes one of the 54 round. Jake Flewitt for MLC Motorsport, qualified so well. Remember, it's a 3-lap average that has set the grid positions for all of these pilots. And Jake Flewitt, unfortunately, first heat of the weekend starts in a bit of a bad way all the way down to the back of the field.
So this is what we got to look for. The likes of Harrison Whittaker, Albie Lapper, Rory Armstrong, James Anagnisiatis, Scott Marsh, Jacob Ashcroft, all starting well out of position. They've got to do 2 things. They've got to come through the field to get up to the front where they're used to being. They've got to do that without getting a nose cone penalty, without any sort of contact. And a competitive field like this, that is easier said than done. There's Bomber Smith in kart number 15 going through. He is up into the top the 3rd place at the moment, but it's a KR Sport 1-2. Thomas Behrman leading the 47 of Adam Woodham. And look at the bumps as Smith moves into P2. Talking about the tarmac up here getting weathered. It's a very, very bumpy circuit indeed. When you see the KZs go out, you are going to see literally karts flying through the air.
I was speaking to William Antrobus yesterday. As through goes Mikey Walker past Adam Wooden. I think Wooden will be too happy with how things went through there. But speaking to William Antrobus, he was saying there's aspects of this circuit that are similar to Lark Hall in terms of the fast corners, it being quite technical in places, but the window for getting the setup right, as you've been mentioning there, Henry, is a lot tighter.
Yes.
And they've had some struggles so far this weekend, but right now that good qualifying in the changing conditions, they're taking advantage of it. They're up to 3rd place, the Sam Pollitt Racing team there. That's another move from one of the Jacks drivers. That was Fox-Whiteley in the number 37 down the inside, gaining another position. Here comes Cameron Nelson. Cameron Nelson had some great speed last time out in Scotland for round number 2. Just wasn't quite able to string everything together and get the result he deserved. That was a nice move into the top 10. 7.5 minutes of this one to go. Henry, how are our drivers who were noting a little bit further down the order getting on?
Well, Jacob Ashcroft is up into 6th position after starting 14th. So look for the number 38, Dan Holland Racing Kart. You can see Harrison Whittaker, who started 28th on the grid. He's already up to 21st with the fastest lap of the race. As for some of our other, Albie Lapper up 9 positions. So, you know, Nanny Babs will be cheering on Albie's progress. Whittaker 21st, Armstrong only 24th. Noah Barham expecting good things from the number 22 kart of Noah Barham. He's gone the other way, down into 26th position. Sebastian Lush, the Sam Pollitt Racing team, out of the race. And Henry Cameron, we're watching the number 11 kart of Henry Cameron. He was one of the drivers that inversely starting up in the top 5. He is he's got a rear guard action going on. He's got a lot of people knocking on his door asking to come through, and he is, well, he's not inclined to let them.
No.
And there's one of the Dan Holland karts, the number 41. That's Cameron Nelson making a move. Now, if you're looking on our ticker there, you've got a lot of the numbers some of them are in Vera Tools green.
Yep.
The ones that aren't in Vera Tools green, the 61 of Arch, the 41 of Nelson, that signifies that they are championship rookies.
Indeed, they've not raced in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships before 2024.
There's Harrison Whitcomb. A driver who's caught out like several others, like Scott Marsh. Where is Marsh? Marsh is up into 10th place. There goes the Welshman, Harrison Whitcomb. I speaking to Harrison's mum, Donna, and his stepdad, and Harrison's dad is here watching him only for the second time. And Harrison said, "I really want to, a good job to show my dad, because he's, not every parent can come to watch their son/daughter race regularly, and certainly Harrison's giving it the beans after an issue in qualifying."
Yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down season so far for Harrison Whitcomb. Took the round win at PF International to kick off the season, but then had a fair few difficulties.
Wow.
The race pace was there, just no look at Lark Hall. And of course, he had pit problems at the Open.
And his mechanic, Nigel's had to go home ill. So he's forced into Steve on the spanners. Shocking.
I spoke to him this morning. He looked a
Looked
little bit
nerves, looked a little bit frayed. Yes.
Particularly with the wet weather earlier on this morning. 5 minutes to go in this one. Behrman's still leading, but only by a tenth and a half. In fact, a lot less than a tenth and a half. Here it is. William Antrobus all over the back of Behrman Jr. And there's a battle going on for third place behind between Smith, Ashcroft and Walker that Jacob Ashcroft has won out in at this moment. So good progress there from Jacob Ashcroft back into the top three. But William Antrobus, the winner from Lark Hall, all over the back of the race leader now. Is there going to be a move into Gasworks? Behrman's wise to it, covers it on the inside. Down the hill, Antrobus looking to the outside now through Horseshoe.
Move.
Brilliantly done by William Antrobus. SPR number 57 leads again here in Junior Rotax.
Again, Antrobus, he's got the winning feeling. He's finally broken through, so he knows how to win the races, and it's remarkable how that changes your mindset as a driver. Antrobus, he can't lose now. I think I've got an insight into why Jacob Ashcroft is going so quickly. His dad, Barry, has promised Jacob a new pair of race boots if he wins a heat race today. That incredible. The Barry's general is unparalleled. So I think that's why Jacob has pulled his finger out.
Particularly starting from the seventh row of the grid.
New pair of race boots.
And now down the inside goes Ashcroft on Thomas Behrman. Lovely move there for second place. Got the braking absolutely spot on, even with his used race boots right now. Imagine what he could do with a new pair.
Wow, I mean, if you see something fly across the screen, it's Barry launching his wallet away from the paddock. A big hello to Kathy Watson. Hello, Kathy, back watching home. I know John is one of our stewards, and Shay is in the timing building, and I'm good to see Kathy back and feeling well, watching from the Channel Islands. Here we go. Antrobus looking over his shoulder, over that bump, into centre two. Ashcroft hot on his heels. Behrman in the number 6 KR Sport Kart, holding a watching brief. Then a slight gap back to the number 33 Jack Dex Racing Kart of Mikey Walker, who's got Bomber Smith, Cameron Nelson, Scott Marsh, Archer, Crowther, Wooden, Kilpatrick from Northern Ireland, and Majewskis from Lithuania rounding out your top 12.
Absolutely. Still time in this one for changes to occur. Antrobus a little bit of oversteer there through the latter stages of the Horseshoe complex. Down the pit straight, down paddock Conrod straight once again. Ashcroft really looking up for this. No way to get through there through the exit of Brian's Bends. I feel it's going to be a move into Senna 1 that Ashcroft's going to want to go for here. So the exit out of St. John's is critical. Is there a move on for Ashcroft? No, he's too far back. That's wise driving on young shoulders. Now he goes down the inside through Senna number 2. Gets the move done. Behrman fights back as well. He's back up to P2 ahead of William Antrobus. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. New race leader. His name is Jacob Ashcroft.
Now, key point. How does the number 57, William Antrobus, react? He's been in this position before. Led races, fallen back. But now, this is the first time he's led a race as a race winner in the British Championship. How does he fight back? Will, He's got Behrman right in front of him. 1 minute 20 plus a lap to go. Looking down the order, we've still got all 28 to the 29 runners still in the race. Scott Marsh, former junior Rotax Grand Finals champion. Top 5 finish in the recent Champions of the Future event. Racing out in the... We'll be seeing Scott and many other of these drivers in the World Championship, PFI, in September. Marsh is up into 6th position. Harrison Crowther is there in 9th. Harrison Whittaker from 28th to 12th. The West Walian, they actually speak Welsh down in West Wales. He is flying in the British Cartio Pencamporiaeth, which is championship in Welsh.
There you go. We learn something every day.
There we go.
30 seconds to go. Here is your scrap involving the likes of James Anagnostiadis. This is all around 15th place downwards. Look at it. Look at the scrap. No one would want to pick up a plus 5 second penalty amongst that.
No.
You'll go from top 15 to outside the top 25. There through goes Noah Barham in the number 22. I think that was getting past Rory Armstrong for 19th place. Not where both of those drivers would have expected to be starting things today. There was a bit of something going on at the back end of this group. Down the inside again, that's the number 62 of Rory Armstrong returning the favour on Barham. This is a great scrap as out wide goes Rory Armstrong, and he's going to lose 3, 4, maybe 5 positions in all of that. Warning flag for James Anagnostiadis in the 91. That's a warning flag, not a P on the timing screen indicating an in-race time penalty. Back at the front though, final lap, Ashcroft has got the lead out to 0.68 of a second. Behrman still ahead of Antrobus and Cameron Nelson. This is a good run for Cameron Nelson. It was the heats last time in Larkhall that just weren't quite there in terms of the results. He fought through well to finish second, of course, later on in the weekend in the final, but he wants to get these points on the board. He doesn't want to have to fight his way through. That, I feel, is going to be the last bit he needs to take a victory here this season. That's all for tomorrow. End of the first round of heats for Junior Rotax. Jacob Ashcroft, this has been a very, very good drive from the 7th row of the grid.
Yes, indeed. A big hello and welcome to the tiny car to Ellis Bell. We'll get to that in a minute. Jacob Ashcroft off to the shoe shop to get a new pair of race boots for winning that race. If you believe that, you believe anything. 13 places gained. Thomas Behrman finishes 2nd. William Antrobus is 3rd. And there's the victorious Ashcroft. And you can have a look at that on the red. You can see why he needs a new pair of race boots. They're absolutely scuffed to pieces. Can't believe Barry would let him out like that. That's terrible. Got nice set of gloves though, really good set of gloves. They're collector's edition. He shouldn't have had them. He just, yeah.
Got them out of the package straight away.
Got them out of the package straight away. Devalued them by £1 million and started wearing them. Hello to the tiny car to Ellis Bell. Thank you very much, Ellis, for my care package, which some of which you'll see on the paddock show later.
There's your provisional result then for race 3 here at Warden Law this weekend. The second heat for Junior Rotax. That's the culmination of round 1 of those heats. Ashcroft and Behrman, Antrobus, Nelson and Marsh, top 5. William Archer, Mikey Walker, Joshua Smith, Harrison Crowther and Adam Wooden all secure top 10s in that one. Good run there from Jared Fox-Whiteley in his first run this season in the British Championships, P11. Same for Jake Flewitt, P12. Harrison Whittaker fights through from the back of the field, finishes P13. Aris Mayauskas in the top 15 that's completed by James Anagnostiadis at the start of page number 2. Lizzie Mentier, good to see Daniel Kilpatrick back as well, because he had a bit of a bump at PF International earlier in the season.
Yes.
Another top 20 for him. 18th, Nobar and Bantle and Anderson completing the top 20. We've got to head down though to Parc Ferme, where I believe Nicole Sutherland is with our race winner.
Yes. You've got to get her to ask him about his new pair of race boots.
14th to 1st then from race winner Jacob Ashcroft. Jacob, for anybody that might be at home watching this championship and taking some notes, what would you say to how do you do those overtakes that we just saw from you?
Well, most importantly, you got to get a good start. I got a really good start, got straight into the inside from 14th on the outside, and then I just started picking them off one by one. There's some really good moves on the way.
That's great. And in the DHR running, then they've got lots of drivers this weekend. You're having some great results. But quali for you isn't typically where we'd see you on the grid. What happened and what will you be doing for the rest of this weekend to get back up there like you just have?
I mean, so on qualifying, it was pretty mixed conditions. We didn't know whether to go slicks or wets, but the team decided for all of us to go wet, so that's what we did. And it didn't work, unfortunately, so I was 15th in group, which put me 14th on the grid.
As always then, Jacob, great to hear from you. We'll catch up with you later on. Before we head off for the next race then, let's hear from our partners.
Back here at Warden Law, Karting North East for Event 5 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties for you this afternoon. Saturday, heats day for all the rotax classes, and of course catered to this afternoon as well. Very much looking forward to that. Getting ready, Henry, for Minimax 950. Mighty close battle so far this season in the championship. Really looking forward to this one.
Yes, indeed. Looking at the grid, 27 drivers. The Minimax action has been fantastic all the way through. Now, one of the drivers that we're going to be seeing very shortly, he's going to be starting down at the back at this one. It's last year's Micromax champion, Emerson McAndrew-Uren.
So I'm sat 26th on the grid, joined by Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Emerson, you're a lot further down than we would typically see you. What's been going on this weekend?
Yeah, quality was amazing until on one of our flyers in the chicane, I had a crash because I couldn't go anywhere, and then, yeah, it put us here.
And I just caught up quickly with Jacob Ashcroft as well, your teammate. He had a bit of a tough qualifying as well. Will you be trying to do what Jacob just did, going for that win in this heat?
Yeah, I've watched him and he drove really well, so I'm going to try and replicate that.
Best of luck then to you, Emerson. Catch up with you later on. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you, Nicole. And I've got to say, well done for Emerson for saying the word replicate. I can barely manage that up here in the commentary box, Andrew.
Our jobs are under threat again.
Again, a constant threat. Now, we've been asked, you and I, to tell the people or to give the people a little bit of trivia about ourselves or a question.
Oh,
now, okay. Both of us here in the commentary box, when we're not talking about go-karts going round and round and round, we are quite partial to a bit of American sports, are we not?
Yes, we are, yeah.
Specifically, the NFL.
Indeed.
The National Football League. So, the question is, which teams do we follow religiously in NFL? Which teams, Andrew Mather, follow in the NFL? I know Jan Achterman is watching, and he's a Giants fan. Sorry, but yeah, you let us know. You know, we're not just talking heads. We've got other interests outside of motorsports. Not quite sure what they are, but there we go. Now, look, art.
Hang on.
Art. That's art. Positioning of the tower. Composure of the
good use of thirds.
Yes, good use of thirds, and the greyness. That's not great. It's gonna start spitting.
Well, we've heard conflicting reports.
Well, rumours.
There could be a bit of rain. There could be already a few spots down in pit. It's not wet enough, of course.
25 minutes to rain, apparently.
To get the wet tyres out for this race. But
now,
yeah, it just adds a little bit of nerves. Now there, you see on your screens, the 191 of Albie Friend, who I think has got a lot of reasons to be confident going into this weekend's round. Very good preparation in the pre-round. Was second here last year.
Yes.
I remember in the same category, and he's also got the championship lead at the moment, and he's got that experience of winning around already back at PF International. Spoke to him earlier on in the week. He's feeling pretty confident. It's next. It's Minimax 950 Heat 1 coming up soon. Let's take you through the grid then. 27 drivers in this first heat for Minimax 950. Albie Friend on pole position. Edward Haynes alongside on the front row. Finley Lyons and Harry Taylor go from row number 2 ahead of Max Gilman and Jensen Chalk on row 3. Jack Collinson, local here, goes from row 4 and is alongside Alex Goodson.
Jack Collinson representing Latvia, which is just east of Sunderland. Riley Murrow and Oliver Spencer are next, then Daniel Minto, a runner here in the past, and our next drivers, Josh Cormack and Josh Griffin, Alfie Ward and Tom the Farmer Reed.
Row number 9, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Leo Livings have got it all to do from there. Theo Bradshaw and Devin Taylor complete the top 20. Benjamin Lawn and Louis Radcliffe start on row 11. On row 12, it's Archie Rogers, Tyler and Fraser Anderson. And there on row 13, we find Jacob Jack and winner last time out at Lark Hall, Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Jensen Walker completes the 27 runners in this one. No need for drivers to worry about not quite qualifying through to the final. They're all in with the 27 of them. But you still want to get as good a grid slot as possible. And, of course, there's championship points to be awarded through the course of these heats. Here is the first of them, and we're going to go round again for another formation lap. That one not to Nigel Edwards' liking, and formation not quite achieved to his lofty standards. We go around for another formation lap.
Edward Haynes on the outside of row 1, potentially just a little bit keen to get away. Again, Albert Friend, he has certainly got plenty of rivals, not least the O-plate of Finley Lyons, the Synergy team. Now, I did speak to the Synergy team a little bit earlier on, and they said, look, we started off a little bit behind the 8 ball yesterday, but we're there now. We're there now, and I think they're going to get better and better as the weekend goes on. So watch for Finley Lyons, who's if you want a birthday greeting on Cameo from Finley's dad, Stuart Lyons, you can pay £1.
£1?
£1 gets you a happy birthday greeting from TCR UK and former British touring car driver and dad of Finley Lyons, Stuart Lyons. There we go. Can't wait.
The entrepreneur.
Best pound I've never spent. Carry on.
Into the tram lines, 10 minutes plus 1 lap are underway, and it's already Haynes has got ahead of Albie Friend by the time they get to turn number 1. Couple of drivers running out wide, including Oliver Spencer, who eagle-eyed viewers will notice has changed teams for this round. 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Couple of drivers through the dirt there on the exit of the dogleg, but what a start once again. This is not your typical run to a first corner. We often say with circuits you don't want to be starting on the anti-pole side of the grid, but we've already seen 2 examples of drivers being able to go round the outside and take an early lead.
Well, I've got to say, we call Edward Haynes the baby-faced assassin because you walk in the paddock and you think, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. And then you get him in a kart and he is ruthless. And the way he just chopped across the front, got the jump, chopped across the front of Albert Friend to take Friend's momentum away. Yeah, you don't call him the baby-faced assassin for nothing. Friend, however, hot on his heels. That Strawberry Racing, Tony Kart, Lee Taylor looked after combination has worked wonders for Albert Friend for the last 2 years, well, a year and a half now. And he's there with Chalk, last year's Micromax Rotax Grand Finals champion, sitting in 3rd position. Lyons in 4th. Then Harry Taylor, Jack Collinson, he said he's representing Latvia, Latvian family, but based up in here, up in the People's Republic of Thailand. We are here in the northeast. Then it's Riley Murrow for the Sam Pollock racing team, Minto, Tom the Farmer Reed, Goodson, Griffin, Taylor, Ward, Spencer. Change for the lead. New leader, Albie Friend.
Really good stuff there from Albie Friend to use the back and forth out of Gasworks and into the horseshoe to his advantage, but it's close at the front. He's going to need to work hard now for the next couple of laps if he wants to establish this lead. His teammate Jensen Chalk is just behind Edward Haynes there in 3rd place, and Finley Lyons trying to get in there as well as Ed Haynes down the inside. They both go off the road. Through goes Jensen Chalk and Finley Lyons, new race leader, and there's the point for Finley Lyons to say go, 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 but instead he goes down the inside. Great tactics there from Lines, but back comes Chalk once again to retake the lead. Edward Haynes has emerged in third place, and it's Jack Collinson, the driver based in Hartlepool. This is his home event. It's a good start at the moment there in fourth place. Battle for the lead once more. Down the inside goes Collinson for third. Here comes Friend again. Round two. Gloves off there for Haynes and Friend. What a dramatic third lap to this heat.
Well, looking at I'm not sure about that move from Findlay Lines. The finger pointing saying go, go, go. That was great. But then Jensen Chalk knows he can't trust him now. And you look how many karts are right behind them. Chalk isn't going to work with Findlay now. He's thinking, hang on a second, I'm not going to fall for that twice. So Findlay's going to have to make his move and prepare to defend, because Chalk will come straight back at him if Findlay can make the move, and that will bring all these karts, they're close enough as it is, but this could be a huge battle. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is already up into 16th position, and you look at this, Oliver Spencer going through, you'll see McAndrew-Uren in that group, and again Findlay Line saying go, 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 and Jensen Chalky defending, as if saying, well, the last time we did that, you know, last tango in Halifax, so to speak.
Haynes back up to third place.
Oh,
back comes Collinson again. Friend's going to take advantage of that and potentially get both of them. He's got at least Haynes up to fourth place. Collinson defends to the inside, wants to hold onto his track position. Friend's found a gap down the inside and taken third place. Away from Jack Collinson. Oliver Spencer's got some good race pace as well. Fastest driver on the circuit, Harry Taylor, is up a spot there as well. Has been very consistent in terms of championship point scoring so far this year. He's in the top three in the points going into this weekend, but right now has got Jack Collinson to deal with. Riley Morrow also returning to racing action, having a good run here up in the top 10. He's going to be side by side with his teammate through the back chicane. Going to need to give each other room. There's another point there from Findlay Lines. They are now starting to break away from Friend and Haynes further back. Tom Reed is also flying through the field, has got up to 10th place, and that's a gain, I think, of around 8 positions from where he started. There is Oliver Spencer having a squabble with the 148 of Daniel Minto. This is what it's going to be like throughout the course of the weekend. We saw it here last year for the penultimate round of the championship in Minimax 950, which produced some absolutely cracking racing. Here we are again in 2024, and another kart across the grass there. I think that was Josh Cormack in the 121.
The Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver from Scotland. Getting a little bit agricultural, might need a set of dirt tyres if he carries on doing that. Through the Dunlop chicane go the lead pack, and there's a move. That is the number 138 of Riley Morrow, picking up 9th place, I think that was. There's McAndrew-Uren in the number 133, chasing down. Have a little look who that is in front of him. That's Daniel Minto in the Carlos Sainz liveried Hunter Motorsport chassis. Up at the front, it's still Chalk and Findlay Lines. Friend is now trying to pull away from Haynes in 4th position, not having a great deal of success. Now, see, Jensen Chalk looks over his shoulder. Findlay Lines says, go, go, go. So Jensen defends. He's, you know, fool me once. And Findlay goes, okay, if you're not going to play that game, play this game. Up to the lead goes Findlay Lines in the Synergy Factory British Open winning chassis.
Yeah, really small margins there. Jensen Chalk just lost the front end a touch, ran wide, and that was the opportunity for Lines to step down the inside. Tom Reed has received a +5 second penalty, which would currently drop him from around, 10th place all the way down to the bottom of the order. 7.75 seconds covers as another change for the lead. Chalk down the inside of Lines, retakes it through the first bend. That has brought Albie Friend and Edward Haynes back into discussions. Again, Lines returns the favour, this time on the run through St. John's. Friend is back up to second place and now takes the lead.
Brilliant.
What a move from Friend on the brakes into centre one, but it's still not done. Lines fights down the inside. Friend shuts the door. Edward Haynes is in third. This is a heat, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first race of the weekend for Minimax 950, and it's one of the races of the year so far. Haynes down the inside of Lines now, takes second place. Lines is all over the curb, has to relinquish third to Jensen Chalk, and look behind, Jack Collinson's there, Harry Taylor's there, Joshua Griffin, Alex Good, what a race Alex Goodson's having as well for MLC Motorsport, is in that top 8.
Gotta say, the only problem is this might be a heat race. The snag is nobody bothered to tell the drivers that it was only a heat race. But you can see now the problem, and I'm not saying it's a problem that Finley's given himself, but the situation is because Jensen was defending, because he didn't want to work with Finley, because he was worried about being overtaken, he's backed them up. There were 4 karts, Friend, Haynes, Chalk and Lines, that sort of separated themselves a little bit, and now you've got the likes of Collinson, Taylor, Griffin, Goodson, Murrow and Spencer all there as well. Just going to show that sometimes you need to work with people from all different teams to get that gap that will allow you to compete for the win just one-on-one. Now there's a whole group of them up there as we look at the number 128. That's Luca Holmes. Balak, I believe, who was just riding up over the rear bumper of Max Gilman in front of him.
Yeah, it was third in the final last time out. A brilliant drive through the field for Luca Holmes Balak, but right now it's looking like problems again in these heats off the road there. Goes one driver through the front of the field, centre number 2.
Quite catch the number. More battling back in the pack behind Holmes Balak. You've got the one. Let's have a little look there. That's the 177. No, it's 177. Leo Livings, who was also there briefly featuring. And there is Griffin in the number 5 kart.
I think the 185 was Benjamin Lawn, who was overseas. Now, if that is the real one, that's quite a viewer to have in with us on this Saturday afternoon.
Yes,
1 minute to go. Albie Friend, is out of the race. Luca Holmes Balak, absolutely furious. That is not the start of the weekend. That's doubly furious there for Luca Holmes Balak, who knows now he's going to have another repeat of what we saw in Scotland, a fight through the field from the back, and this is the thing. Quite difficult to overtake around this Warden Law circuit.
But I have to say, I'm just responding to Jeremy on the live chat that these guys may not know how to work together in this particular race, but you are watching the best karting championship in the world.
Yellow flags out into Gasworks, so no overtaking here. And, I think the drivers have fully got that one understood at that point. It's very close between that group of them. 10 seconds to go. Albie Friend still holds this one. Working with Edward Haynes, it's interesting how this sport could turn from being enemies out on circuit to friends the next, and now they're back to enemies again. We've still got 2 laps of this to go. There was some time on the clock, so they've not seen the last lap board. Finley Lines has rejoined the top 2. Edward Haynes down the inside. That's a much better run. They don't run wide like they did earlier on in this heat. Edward Haynes retakes first position. Finley Lines has a little look into Senna. 1-0 on that time around. Still one more lap of this 1.2 kilometre circuit to go in this first heat of the weekend for Minimax 950. And I wouldn't count out Jack Collinson yet as well there in 4th place. Knows this circuit probably better than anyone in this field, and he's not too far off the race lead.
Well, we've already seen one driver go from 6th to 1st in the space of one corner. So Collinson there in the multicoloured, almost like the Union Jack liveried Sam Pollock racing car in 4th position there. Now, as we start the final lap, the Thule Motorsport 146 of Edward Haynes. He moves to the inside. This is where you defend. Line 2nd, Friend 3rd, then Collinson. Chalk back to 5th. Then it's the number 5 car of Scotland's Joshua Griffin, followed by Taylor, Spencer, Murrow and Emerson McAndrew-Uren from the back of the grid. Finally breaks into the top 10.
That's good news for Emerson. Shows he's got good race pace this weekend. Battle for 4th as round the outside holds Jack Collinson there for that position ahead of Jensen Chalk. It's looking good for Edward Haynes. He doesn't need to defend into Gasworks. There's still a raging battle for 4th place that Griffin and Taylor could take advantage of. But Edward Haynes was 3rd here last week in preparations for this round of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. He takes the win in the first heat, clear of Finley lines by 0.4 of a second. Albie Friend in 3rd. Jack Collinson on home soil finishes P4. Jensen Chalk completes the top 5. Griffin, Taylor, Spencer, Morrow and McAndrew Uren finish in the top 10. The Micromax champion from last year is your biggest mover, up 16 positions.
And let's just remind anybody who might be watching that isn't familiar with this championship, how old are our Minimax drivers, Mr. Mather?
They are between the ages of 10 and 13.
Which is not very old. There he is, the baby-faced assassin, Edward Haynes, by 0.4 of a second over the O-Plate champion, the British Open champion, Finley Lines.
Should they say that's in the year of your 10th birthday?
Yes,
as well,
so some of these kids are 9. Jack Collinson in 4th with Chalk, Griffin, Taylor, Spencer, Murrow and McAndrew Uren. Then it's Alex Goodson, Daniel Minto, Tom the Farmer Reed and Josh Cormack rounding out your top 14.
Second page of the results. Max Gilman P15, Louis Radcliffe, Leo Livings, Alfie Ward, Fraser Anderson and Devin Taylor complete the top 20. Theo Bradshaw, Sebastian Clark, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Jacob Jack and Benjamin Lawn. The last of your 25 finishes in that one, 2 retirements. Luca Holmes-Balak, as we saw, quite frustrated there.
Yes.
From the end.
He's having a jog back to the pits, I think, just to sort of, get the pent-up energy out of it. There's Edward Haynes. And a big hello to everybody watching on all the network of broadcasts that we've got here, including John Campbell watching all the way from Cyprus. Hello. So we know we've got people in from Germany, people from Cyprus, people from New Zealand watching. There's Finley Lines, wondering if he can borrow £1 so his dad can get on Cameo and send him a happy birthday message. Sorry, Stuart Lines, I do apologise. He's employing me in a couple of weeks, so I got to be careful what I say. But before we get to more revelry, Nicole Sutherland is going to be speaking to some of our contenders from that last race.
Action-packed race there. We'll catch up with race winner Edward. Edward, thoughts on that race? There was a lot of battling going on. What do you think?
Yeah, it was a scrappy race. Yeah, it was a hard race, but I won, so I'm happy.
And so back in the Thule you're in, what's Drew Thule been saying to you over the course of the testing and throughout qualifying to keep you fast?
It's just the stuff that I need to work on, and yeah.
Great to hear from you then, Edward. We'll let you get your kart picked up and head into scrutineering. We'll keep heading over through Parc Fermé then, through the sea of karts. We've got the O-Plate of Finley Lines' kart there. We've caught up with Finley quite a few times throughout this championship. One of those incredibly quick drivers. His mechanic Kai is definitely given him some good advice. His mechanic has a brother that races in senior rotax, so throughout karting you'll see a common theme. A lot of these mechanics are ex-drivers or ex-brothers of drivers or family members, so it's one of those communities and one of those areas where pretty much everybody has got some sort of racing background, and each driver and mechanic work as a team to help them along. Who I'm really looking for is Emerson McAndrew. He's over there with his dad, Wayne. Fraser, cameraman, has found him before I could. They're having a good chat about that race. We'll catch up with you because you made some absolutely mega progress. What did you think of it?
Yeah, we had a great start. We got to the inside and then we just had to push on from there. Yeah, it was hard. People started defending, so then once we got up to 10th, we just had to fight for it. And then I think on like the third to last lap we got hit, but then so one person went through and then we just stayed there for the rest of the race.
And if we look up at the sky as well, it's looking a bit dark. It looks like we might be heading for some rain. Are you hoping that it's going to stay dry, or would you like to mix it up with some wet weather?
I don't really mind because A, I like both of them, and B, I think I'm quite fast here in the wet and dry.
Good to hear from you then, Em. We'll head back into the comms box.
You know what that little reference means? It's time for the first sing-song. Raindrops keep falling on my head. La 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 la.
If you had 253 on your bingo cards for when the first song came in, well done. You've won for this weekend.
Micromax up next, and we've got a great story. Pole position, Dian Pahal and the Richardson Chassis Engineering team. Great work for Dian and his family, who sacrificed an awful lot to do this. And Dian is he's an inspiration for a lot of young men and women in the Sikh community around the UK, and he's getting it done top. I mean, he hasn't won a race yet.
No.
Aggressive cooperations, yes. Aggressive cooperations. Well done, Scott Downing, yes.
And the thing for Dian, I know we've been talking so far this afternoon about a lot of jumbled up grids with the weather and all the rest
he's
of it.
there on absolute
Dian has been
pace
on pace since the very first laps of this weekend. When we turned the transponders on for free practice 3 yesterday, Dian was at the very top. And I say, was really strong in the heats at Lark Hall as well, and scored a good number of points. Could this be the weekend where we see a win for RCE? There's James Roots, P2 on the grid. Another driver looking for a best result. It's all coming up next. It's the first heat of the weekend for Micromax. 26 drivers head on out. Here's how they line up. Dian Pahal and James Roots on the front row. Austin Oman and Maximilian Abrahart start on row number 2. Alfie Mayer and Lucian Smith start on row 3. On row 4, it's Max Jolly and Arthur Farrow.
Row number 5, Alfie Garrett and Joshua Cook, Luke Millward and Benedictus Masiokas. On row number 6, Ansel Murray and George Climo from Cornwall. And Sebastian Behrman and Sebastian Crawford are next.
Harris Barber and Albert Farrow start on row number 9. George Swire, our Vera Tools driver of the day from Lark Hall, starts on row 10 alongside Harry Radcliffe. Charlie Page and Logan Rolfe go from row 11. Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill start on row 12. And then wrapping up the 26-strong field, it's Josh Husker and Maria Roberto.
Right, if we get a chance, let's have a look at Maria Roberto's crash helmet. She's starting in the back. I'm sure that James Fitzhugh, producer James, we got a lot going. Crash helmets, you know my thing about crash helmets. Yes. Great design. I asked Maria, what's this, because she's got the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, the theme. She was Alice in Wonderland. She goes, and is that the number 12 cart that looked going through there that was looking a little bit slow, like that maybe there wasn't something bolted on Harris Barber? The back end of the cart was wobbling around a little bit. But, so when we get Maria Roberto, she's going through this. She is in the number 52 KR Sport cart, starting at the back of the grid. But again, all the characters from Alice in Wonderland on her crash helmet. Her dad's side of the family is from Italy. Trying to think just south of Rome they're from. But yeah, here we go.
It's Chloe McGill there in the number 18 debut season in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships for her as well, running with the Jack's Motorsport team. Into formation now. Drivers focusing on the job at hand. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. First of their heats here this weekend. Dian Pahal for RCE has pole position. James Roots alongside on the front row. Into the tram lines. Here we go then. Watch those lights. They don't go out. We go round again for another formation lap. Yes.
Now, apparently, the very first run of the official James Roots, the Roots is on fire merchandise is going to be ready for the next round. The T-shirt, the merch is on its way. So if you think you want the James Roots official merchandise, the Roots is on fire, then that's coming shortly. The Roots was nearly on the grass then, because Austin Oman almost took a little side swipe at him as they were warming their tyres. Hello to the Marshals. Of course, the Marshals out there doing a fantastic job. The entire staff here at Karting North East, you really couldn't be made to feel more welcome here. I know that, there's one fixture who's not here this weekend. That's my mate Joe Bradley, who's down at doing something else. with this, Joe. Yes, normally can be found.
He's doing some commentary elsewhere
No,
this weekend.
never heard of it. Never heard of the
we send our love and regards to him.
Good luck to all the Zip drivers this weekend from Lee Starbuck. Yes. I was asked, Mr. I can't remember what his name is. The motorhome we broke into at PFI during the Paddock show. That's
beaten my mind as well.
Alfie Mayers. His dad goes, Henry, you fancy on breaking into 3 motorhomes this weekend? I was like, well, we'll see what happens. Early days yet. I am from Wales. Right, here we go.
10 minutes plus 1 lap are now underway. Green light and running. Good start for James Roots. Is able to switch to the inside. Good start as well for Abraham round the outside. Takes P2. It wasn't the best of starts for Dean Pahal, but Pahal is now fighting back down the inside. Retakes second place. Good start as well for Austin Oman. Of course, won the round last time out in Scotland. And had a decent run in preparations for Event 5 here at Warden Law. It's now down the inside, takes second place. And what a start for James Roots. It's broken away, but this is Micromax. It's going to be very, very difficult to hold that lead with that big chasing pack behind.
Now, I've got to say, early days yet, but there has been some sort of, I made a comment, and it wasn't a throwaway comment, it was about the tiers of teams in the paddock, you know, and Chris Lamar's Evolve Motorsport. We've already seen Sam Pollitt Racing join that list of winners, established winners in the paddock. Evolve Motorsport, running James Roots, they're almost there.
Yeah.
They're the next sort of team, the Jack Smoke, the sport group, RCE, you know, they're all on that cusp of, you know, all it'll take is a couple of good race wins and you put them in the same bracket as your Strawberries, your Dan Hollands, your KR Sports, you know, your Sam Pollitts and things like that. All these teams, they're working so incredibly hard to get these young drivers into not just a winning position on track, but a winning position as young athletes. Mentally, that side of things, the decision making, the feedback, you know, looking after your bodies, you know. I've got to say, I'm seeing less and less kids in the paddock walking around with some disgustingly horrible energy hydration drink. There's more than water, drinking water. I've seen kids eating salad. I've seen kids eating salad and fruit in a karting paddock. It shows the teams are so professional. They're teaching these young men and women how to think of themselves such as, you know, like young athletes, which is only going to help them perform better. Absolutely.
8 minutes of this one to go. James Roots has a lead just short of half a second at the moment, ahead of Austin Owen in third place. Maximilian Eberhardt, who's your biggest mover so far in this race? In the second half of the field, it's actually shared at the moment between Logan Rolfe and Josh Hushka, both of those drivers up 6 places respectively. Also keep an eye on Sebastian Behrman.
Yes.
Is up 5 places and is into the top 10. There is the number 14 of Max Jolly. Well, last time we saw Max Jolly in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, it was glory. It was taking the checkered flag at Lark Hall, but a disqualification for technical infringements, of course, took that one away. But Max Jolly, another driver local to this circuit. This is the very circuit where Hunter Motorsport found this new talent. He's having a good scrap here at the moment with the number 24 of Arthur Farrow, our winner from PFI. That's a bit of a squabble over the pit straight.
Oh my word!
And a bit more again.
They're still going for it. The number 14 and the 24. Sorry, that's Max Jolly. Oh, the 26. That's Sam Pollitt. Number 26, Harry Ratcliffe, and potentially George Swire. Also in. We've already lost the O-Plate champion, Josh Cook. And I've got to say, I apologise for interrupting you while I was interrupting you. Stop interrupting me while I'm interrupting you. That's a line from a film, isn't it? Austin Oman, and I think it was the 14 car. Matt Jolly getting a little bit too close for comfort there. Oh no, it was one of the DHR cars.
It was Arthur Farrow.
Arthur Farrow, I do apologise, yes. As they crossed the line. Now, that looks wet. It's not. That's just the amount of rubber on the tarmac. We say the tarmac here at Karting Northeast is very weathered. But of course, all that is grip on the circuit now. But it's oil from the tyres. These are proper tyres. This is rubber. This is not synthetic. You know, rubber gets laid down. If you have a couple of spots of rain, it basically turns it into a big oil slick. It's like the Exxon Valdez has just sailed past.
It gets very slippery out there indeed. Alfie Mayer making a move, I think they've passed Lucian Smith for 5th place. We'll have that one confirmed in a few moments' time. Down the inside, change for 2nd place. Eberhardt past Oman. And here comes Dean Pahal as well. Dean Pahal with a new fastest lap of the race as Oman's off the circuit, running wide. Gets back on the track, but loses out to Alfie Mayer, who did get past Lucian Smith. So that drops Oman down into 5th place. This down the inside is Lucian Smith going for an overtake, and there's Alfie Garrett in the number 47 now getting involved, and Sebastian Behrman. We said look out for Behrman. What a torrid lap that was for Austin Oman. Was pushing for the race lead, now finds himself down in 6th place.
But of course, the advantage that he has, his dad Tristan, former racer of very high standards, so he will know now, even at this young age, he's not going to lose his head. Yes, it's been a terrible lap. So what do you do to make up for it? Well, if you react straight away and start diving in, overdriving the kart, that's not going to work. So he's going to just have a... Yeah, he's going to just chill for a little bit and then work his way forward methodically. And it's easier said than done because the adrenaline is flying all over the place. Your emotions, your hormones are all up there, these young kids. Suddenly you think, no, calm down, calm down, dear.
And to remember as well, a lot of racing to go this weekend. The drivers will have another one of these heats later on today that you can watch here on the Alpha Live and Motorsport UK network of channels. Just over 4 minutes of this one to go. James Roots has not got this one won, and this is why, because Maximilian Eberhardt is all over the back of the number 21, is looking down the inside and takes the lead through the first bend. Through goes Pahal as well. Pahal makes it a 1-2 on the road now for RCE in this first heat of the weekend. James Roots, though, like you were saying, Henry, with Austin Oman, has just got to keep it calm now across the course of the next few corners. Still got a very good chance of winning this race.
Yeah, just under 4 minutes to go. Now, I think the word that somebody on the live chat used was aggressive cooperations. Well, hopefully now with the two teammates leading, we'll see not so quite aggressive cooperation, but cooperation nonetheless. As he says that, Pahal passes his teammates for the race lead. Henry, what are you talking about? Got to say, a bit of Travis Perkins sponsorship there on Max Abrahart's car. Again, more and more companies are coming into this championship because of the media exposure that you are getting. Now, I'm a dinosaur, but you can look at this championship on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, as well as the network of YouTube broadcast platforms. So a lot of these drivers, again, they've got some outside sponsorship coming in. And again, merchandise. You know, Kart is selling merchandise. It's happening in the United States, and it's happening very successfully. So, you know, the Brits have got to get behind it.
Got to get the game up there. As I say, you can't be having the Americans beat. Anyway, back to a race. The number 37 of Sebastian Behrman has had a +5 second penalty. Bit of a look there from Pahal back to Eberhardt, assessing the situation into Gasworks. 2.5 minutes of this one remaining. A couple of warning flags heading out for the drivers as well, but none of them to this top three. Alfie Mayer there, was very impressive last time out in Larkhall. Had one of those drives. I've seen a couple of these from Alfie over the last couple of seasons where a big step is taken, and Alfie showing that that wasn't just a one-off, is running well in 4th. Eberhardt, there's a bit of a nervous energy, I'd say, there at the moment from the number 61. Is this a case where young drivers may be caught in two minds here of like wanting to go for the gap, the racing gap, but knowing there's a job at hand here?
But I say wanting to go for the gap, but knowing there's a rival sitting about 6 inches off your rear bumper. That is a possibly thing. And those little jinks of the steering wheel, sometimes you're right, Andrew, that is nerves. Other times, that's a deliberate sort of fake. They just want to sort of move around to distract, to get in the driver's peripheral vision in front of them, and also to show the driver following, if you try and make a move, I'm blocking you, or I'm going to defend. So that's, there's lots of reasons. You say this. Sometimes it's nerves, other times it's very deliberate.
It's hearing reports of spots of rain in the pits. Just reports right now. Lap times are looking steady, still in the mid to high 56s. Fastest lap of this race at the moment was Pahal's 56.46 earlier on. But could there be a bit more drama? And we're starting to see spots of rain on our commentary box window here in the northeast. Just over 60 seconds on the clock remaining. Pahal still leads, and it should be noted as well there was a lot of in and out showers yesterday as well, and those were conditions that Pahal ran well in. Really has been at the top of the game there in the number 23, but when it get into race conditions, Henry, that's when things start to just go a little bit differently.
And people were saying that they were here testing last weekend, the warm-up events and what have you, and again they're getting sunstroke. And you know they're getting sunstroke, and now they're they turn up and actually start testing it, and the weather, British summertime returns with a vengeance, as he says, putting on his long sleeve coat.
20 seconds to go on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps in this one. This is the fight for 4th place on your screens. Austin Owen, Alfie Mayer, Lucian Smith and others just going through Senna 1 in a few moments, behind the top 3 by around 2 seconds. And Austin Owen, this is another side of Austin Owen's game that he's really raised over the last few years or so, is being able to deal with not just the races when he's at the very front of the field, but having to defend a bit as well, as Alfie Mayer has a little look down the inside. I think they're all a little bit nervous though.
Yes.
The rain is starting to come down a little bit more, is what we're hearing in our ears. Gasworks, there's now rain, is what we're being reported.
So here we
go.
go.
No seconds on the clock.
This is where the rain started. So if we're going to see karts start slipping and sliding around, it's going to be here. What you don't see, however, is umbrellas going up. So it's not that heavy. There's the zip factory number 15 of Alfie Mayer. Here are your top 3 going through the dog leg, over that big inviting curb into St John's Bend. So far, nobody losing ground in terms of going off the track. Best laps last time around. Well, I've got to say,
they're okay.
They're okay, about 6-7 tenths of a second off the fast lap. Half a lap to go now through the Dunlop chicane. They head out onto the back straight, and we have had a change. It's Abraham. No, he's still there. Now we've got a change. Dian Pahal up the inside. Could this be a maiden heat win for Dian in the British Championship, the Vera Tools British Championship? Or Abraham backup teammate. The 2 Richardson chassis engineering karts cross the line, and it is Pahal who finally takes it by 9/100ths of a second.
Doesn't matter how much you win by, just as long as you do. Dian Pahal takes the first haul of maximum points from Micromax UK this weekend. Maximilian Eberhardt P2. James Roots 3rd. Eberhardt looking understandably a little bit disappointed with that. So close to securing victory in the number 61 there. Lucian Smith P4, Austin Owen P5, Alfie Mayer, Alfie Garrett, Sebastian Behrman, Arthur Farrow and Max Jolly. That is your top 10.
I really hope Nicole Sutherland can find Dian Pahal.
Yes.
That'll be a great interview. You never are quite sure what Dian is going to say, but one thing is it's going to be brutally honest and entertaining. He's a great young ambassador for our sport. Looking down there, Benedictus Masiokas in 11th. George Climo. We had this. Climo. I was right. All the way from Cornwall. Ansel Murray and Sebastian Crawford rounding out the thing. Here comes Simon Purley. He's going to beat me up about talking about how rubbish his BMW is.
Completed the top 15. Albert Farrow, Josh Husker, Logan Rolfe, Charlie Page, Buddy Hugo and Harris Barber all inside the top 20. Also finishing in that one, Chloe McGill, Maria Roberto, Luke Millward down in P23 and George Swire as well. Some big names not making progress in that one. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and Nicole Sutherland.
Dian Pahal then. Dian, how are you feeling about that race win?
It's an incredible race. I started in pole, I finished in pole. I was a bit careful because my teammate was in second. He was a bit ruthless with me, but I didn't really want to take him out, so I kept my head down. I messed up. I had a little bit of a disaster at the start. I caught back up and I just won.
And do you think you'll be able to get some more wins in for the rest of this weekend, the next heat?
I think I'm going to clean sweep it.
Clean sweep then from you then, Dian. We'll see if you can make that happen. We'll just quickly throw up to an advert before we head off for the next race.
Welcome back to live coverage of Event 5 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Henry Baudet on commentary duties. Nicole Sutherland down in the pits. Getting ready for race number 6, the second heat for senior rotax. Now, this is a race where half the drivers, this is their first race. For the other half, this is their second race. They're always a little bit dramatic, these ones between groups A and C. Often we then see for Group A a bit of a tyre advantage, but with some rain in the air, who knows what could happen across the course of the next 15 minutes. It's all up next. It's Senior Rotax. Let's take you through the grid then for this Group A versus C race. Kai Hunter, the home favourite, on pole position, is joined on the front row by Brandon Klein-Nagelvort's Callum Bradshaw on row 2 alongside Alex Mooney. Tommy van der Struis starts on row 3 alongside Macaulay Bishop. On row 4, Sacha Walker and Ewan Charman.
Row number 5, Pearson, Bullock, Carter and Jack Lilly again, then Guy Cunnington and Sam Longley. At your top 12, Joshua Graham and Ollie Goodyear go from row number 7. Angus Scrivener and Deacon Russell round out the top 16.
Armand Hamilton and Joshua Rudd start on row 9. Ralph Youngling and John Brown complete the top 10. Jack Collins and Kana McQueen go from row 11. Benjamin Southgate and Marco Dritten-Price start on row number 12.
Caden McQueen carrying our onboard camera later. Then it's Ben Cook and Louis Weaver, Jack Gillingham rounding out your starting lineup. Yes, I got a little bit preemptive there, but the return of the Alpha Live onboard camera will be at some point this weekend, I'm sure. We're going to have some. We had some fantastic footage from Wilton Mill. And here we go into the tram lines. Lights are not out. Kai Hunter went to the SCUSA Pro Series in Cincinnati, United States, a couple of weeks ago, and gave him a good whooping and a hollering, and he showed that he means business. I have heard rumours that he is going to be going out and he is going to be competing in the Las Vegas Supernats at the end of November, which I will be there for, and I cannot wait to see Kai Hunter and about 70 other senior or X30 pros, as they're called in the United States, battle around the street circuit in Las Vegas, outside the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. That is November, lots of racing. First things first, Kai Hunter wants to do is, number 1, defend his British title. Number 2, win a British title for his brother Reese's team.
And there very much could be a championship charge that starts here this weekend. 2022, Kai Hunter won the round here at Warden Law. 2020, he won the round here at Warden Law as well. Could he continue that trend here in 2024? It's not been the easiest of seasons for the reigning champion so far, but he knows this circuit better than anyone. Into the tram lines, 10 minutes plus 1 lap are underway. Hunter takes it from pole position and will lead into the first corner, but it's, look at the work that's being put in by the drivers just to keep it on the circuit through Brian's bends. One of the crafts, I think, has come through as there's a bit of a melee towards the back of the field. Benjamin Southgate is one of the karts involved. Another one. Kana McQueen also hasn't had a good start, as there is that John Brown who's out in the number 95. I think it's Tommy van der Struis who's come through into second place. The wild card entry from the Netherlands here this weekend. There's a bit of a moment for the number 66. That's Jack Gillingham for Racing Perfection. And, well, we've already seen drama in the first heats for Senior Rotax today. We've not even got to the end of lap number 1 in the second, and it's once again, we said it would be a battle royale, and it's proving to be the case.
Now, let's have a little look. Understeering going into turn number 1 there. You saw Kai Hunter, now there's yellow flags out. You saw Kai Hunter, he pitched the kart sideways. He deliberately got the back end out. And there's a problem for the number 7 kart of Archie Walker, and it's raining. It's now raining harder than we've seen it so far today. And you saw Hunter using local knowledge to pitch the kart in. Behind him, it was, I I believe, Brandon Nagelvoort, who just turned in. Kart understeers, he runs wide. Oh, and they're slipping and sliding all over the place now. It's going to, oh, this is like Bambi on ice, this is, because that circuit, it's so oily with all the rubber that's been laid down this morning.
And the trouble for these drivers as well, and like with the Micromax drivers 1 lap ago, this is only lap 2. They won't have that much tyre temperature in the rubber at this stage. It's just about keeping it on the island right now. There you see it. Absolute confirmation. Slippery surface flag out. There's something on the circuit that shouldn't be.
Yes.
And they've got 8 minutes out there. Look at the work being put in there by Alex Moody, who's got down the inside, taking 2 positions in that one. Brilliant move by Alex Moody for KMS, who could be on for one of their best results so far this season. The rain is continuing to team down here in Sunderland. As off the road there is that Ollie Goodyear. Yes, it is in the CRG number 55.
It's not a CRG.
It's not a CRG?
No, apparently he changed it yesterday. Too much grip. I think he wants to go back on the CRG now. You need as much grip as possible.
You need that flex. There's 2 drivers off towards the back. One of them, it's a DHR. It's Youngling. It's Ralph Youngling. I think Archie Walker was involved there again. Benjamin Southgate, who was off at turn 1, has got things back on circuit, is now starting to work his way up the order. There's a craft that's spun there. It's the number 91. It's the other one of the wild cards. Off the road.
Oh, that's a big one.
It's the number 93, I think, of Klein Nagelvoort.
Yeah.
Are they all going to be able to get through here as the rain gets stronger and stronger?
There's the 91s in there. I think there's someone with a Team UK race suit on. That could be Ralph Youngling, Marco Drittenprice also in there. I'm wondering that I think it was Alex Moody for Cato Motorsports. He's back in running. He took a nasty blow. There was a cart on his shoulder. So I hope Alex is okay. I was about to say Alex has impressed me a whole lot this year. And again, that qualifying session, it wasn't necessarily a fluke. The Cato Motorsport team, one of the smaller teams, there is the number 98 of Alex Moody. And again, you can see the damage on his side pod.
Caden McQueen, who was off at turn 1, is now back up to 6th place. What a drive from Caden McQueen. Further down the order, there's so many position changes. We can't keep on top of all of them. Guy Cunnington there on the outside, 3rd place in the championship at the moment in the white, green and orange, wrestling with Ollie Goodyear through the back chicane. The number 12 of Jack Collins has come through the order for Pro Train. So another one of the Pro Trains doing nicely in this race.
Yeah.
This, I feel, is the really, really tricky bit, Henry. Gasworks, because you're already front-loaded into this corner. Oh, there's a little moment there for the number 46 hopping up in the air. And again, because you won't see a lot of overtaking through that part of the corner, there's a lot of tyre rubber width laid down through that part of the circuit.
So there's no effective good wet line through there. You saw Ewan Charman just understeering into the 46 of Armand Hamilton, popping Armand into the air, but Armand carried on because Ewan Charman was going so slowly, crawling round, and you can see every time the drivers turn the wheel, the front of the cart just wants to keep going straight, and the natural reaction is then to stab the brakes. You can't really do that because then the back end swaps round. So it's complete and utter kart control here. It's Kai Hunter leading by 3.5 seconds as we reach the halfway point of the race. Hunter is 3.5 seconds, then it's Bradshaw, Bishop and Pearson Bullock Carter.
Another driver we need to keep an eye on, Henry. Archie Walker has been off the circuit, I count, at least twice in this one. He's back up to is back into the top 10, and still the majority of 5 minutes to go in this one. No troubles at the moment for Kai Hunter, still leads, but the gap is coming down. It was 3.46 seconds, it's now down to 2.21 seconds. So Callum Bradshaw pushing on, Macaulay Bishop still there in 3rd place, and Pearson Bullock Carter, who's looked quick this weekend, is there in 4th, had a strong run here in preparations. What is the gap? It's down to 1.5. Hunter is being caught.
Because he's showing Callum Bradshaw all the best wet lines round here. Callum's got to do is follow Kai's lines, and it's closing in. So Callum could do that, but he, of course, has got a little bit more confidence. A little bit of a bent rear bumper for Callum Bradshaw. Macaulay Bishop is investigating that right now. But, of course, Bradshaw and Bishop, they can follow Kai's lines, but also follow them with a lot more confidence because they can see how much grip there is. Bishop through into second. I got to say, Pearson, Bullock, Carter, take a bow, son, up into the top 3. He is absolutely going for it. Oh, and he's, oh, well, there we go. Callum Bradshaw, world champion. No, and Pearson Bullock Carter's got the bit between his teeth. And look at them all. They're using the curb. Great kart control. Behind the top 4, you've got Van der Stroys, the Dutchman, in 5th, followed by McQueen, Collins, Cunnington, Walker, having been off twice. There's Caden McQueen passing Callum Bradshaw, going through turn number 1, Brian's Bend.
It's closing up still at the front of the order. There's Archie Walker down the inside of Jack Collins. That's Walker now back up to 7th place. 3 minutes to go in this one. Hunter and Bishop. Looks like we're going to get another battle between these two in the second heat for senior rotax. For both of those drivers, this is their first. No, sorry, for Bishop, this is his second run so far today.
And needs a good result because of the incident he had in the first heat. Sorry, Andrew.
Absolutely. Can't afford to have another poor result and end in the repertoire for tomorrow as Bradshaw fighting back now or whatever was going on. I just wonder if he lost a little bit of tyre temperature a lap ago. Well, he's got it back now down the inside of Van der Stroys. Walker trying to find the grip around the extreme outsides of Horseshoe there. 2 minutes and 15 to go. Guy Cunnington keeping things relatively quiet at the moment. Is back up to P7 as here is your battle for the lead. Kai Hunter in his first race of the day is nearly off the road. Bishop's down the inside and has got the block pass done.
Former teammates. Kai acted as a bit of a mentor to Macaulay Bishop last year when Macaulay was still in juniors at the Dan Holland Racing team. And, well, Macaulay saying, I need a teacher no longer, as he takes the race lead. Hunter in second, of course. Now, same OTK product, you know, Cosmic, Lando Norris chassis for Dan Holland Racing. The Carlos Sainz 55 chassis for Kai Hunter. Pearson Bullock Carter on the Jack's Motorsport Project 1 Group Tony Kart chassis. And that is Bradshaw back into third. Oh, there goes Bullock Carter running wide. Van der Stroys, McQueen, Cunnington, Scrivener. Benjamin Southgate at the moment is the best. So let's have a look. The number 15 kart, he started outside the top 20 in, I think, 23rd position, possibly.
He was off at turn 1
and he was off at turn 1. He's in the number 15 kart for Pro Train Racing. Great to see Pro Train back up at the sharp end. And we've got the 2 more. There's the 82 of Mr. Rudd, Joshua Rudolph, and I think that was Ralph Youngling, the brother of Timo Youngling, who we'll see a bit later on. Well, not much later on. The next race up is KZ's. Perfect timing for KZ's. Greasy track when they're all sat on the dummy grid.
Loose front bumper to the number 32 there, Benjamin Cook. I'm not surprised Benjamin Southgate's coming through the field here. It's a bit of a moment there for Van der Stroys through hairpin number 1. Has there been a change for the lead? Yes, there has. Kai Hunter has retaken the lead in this race. Look at the amount of curb that he's taken there into the entry to the back chicane. Just to come back to Benjamin Southgate, does a lot of arrive and drive racing with Coventry University, where what do you have when they race in February?
Slicks
crash! In the wet as well goes Bishop and Bradshaw. Bishop and Bradshaw both get back on the circuit but lose positions. Bullock Carter and Van der Stroys not quite able to take advantage of all of that. Don't take your eyes away from this one. Plus 5 second penalty now for Callum Bradshaw. It is all going on today in senior rotax. We're on to the final lap of this one. Kai Hunter had a near 4 second lead, lost it, and has now got it back up again to 4.5. The master of Warden Law has given everybody 2 lessons, I'd say, in how to drive in the wet round here, and it's still not done for P2. Bishop holds it right now. Bullock Carter P3. Van der Stroys in his first run in the championship P4 for this season. But just keep an eye on Benjamin Southgate there. This could be a huge result for the Pro Train team.
Of course, and it's a technique that I stand by for anyone. When you're starting out in karting, how do you learn kart control? You get out on a wet track on slick tyres. And you can do 10 laps on a wet track with slick tyres without spinning, then you're okay. Then you can spend some money on some wets. But this is such a skill that you have to learn. Look at Bishop running off the track, but watch his momentum. Is he going to lose the momentum? Almost. Pearson, Bullock, Carter, and the number 92 of Tommy van der Stroys are right there. But final lap, the master puts on another clinic and takes the win. Kai Hunter on home soil. Here's the battle of a second. It's Bishop, Bullock, Carter, Van der Stroys, Bradshaw before his penalty, Ben Southgate, providing he hasn't got a nose cone or anything. That's a great top 5 finish for Ben Southgate. Archie Walker, Guy Cunnington and Caden McQueen are next, but I think of those three, the only one that didn't crash during the race was Guy Cunnington. Ewan Charman, we saw him having difficulties. He comes back to take a top 10 result. So we go over the weighbridge and into the pit. Now you can see the skies continue to darken. The only thing that is warm about this weekend is the welcome that we have received from Karting Northeast and the Hunter family, sadly. There he is, though, your top 10. Louis Weaver, that's significant. Louis Weaver, in his second heat race for the GMS team, he didn't finish his first race, comes home with an 11th place finish. Is that enough to squeeze him into the... Oh, dear. That is the Robin Reliant of go-karts. Well, no, it's a Messerschmitt, because the Messerschmitt had the 2 wheels at the front and the 1 wheel at the rear. Remember the little bubble cars? Yeah, it's very good.
I actually think it's the hub still attached on the 80. That might just be a loss of a tyre. We'll see if we can get a different angle.
Well, I think his mechanic's about to lose his mind. Right, there is Macaulay Bishop explaining about what happened. Yeah, he's a Callum Bradshaw, world karting champion. The conditions even catching him out. Now we'll have a little look. There, look at the, talk about eyes. The adrenaline is well and truly still flowing in Kai Hunter. He's out. Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Well, Kai Hunter wins it by 4.5 and takes the maximum haul of points. Has still got a race to go, of course. Bishop, that will be him done for heat racing today.
Now you look at Tommy van der Stroys there. Number one, a disadvantage. He's new to the circuit. From Holland, doesn't race here. But his advantage is he's very tall. Very tall. In the wet, the height means you can move your body around in the cart. You know, move in the seat to help the rear of the cart grip. I was always quite good in the wet.
Good centre of gravity.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Large centre of gravity.
So yeah, keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're cheering on, who you're following. We had a question earlier on that I think has already been answered in the chat. But yes, the eagerly anticipated wait for KZ2 is nearly over. They'll be next out on circuit.
Did we have any?
And let's head down to Park Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Let's come and speak to Kai Hunter then. Kai, have you driven around here before?
Never. First time.
No, not once?
Not once, no.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Your accent as well, you sounding a bit American. Have you been out somewhere?
Yeah. It was great in America. I absolutely loved it. Was with a team called RPG out there, which flew me over halfway across the world to do a race in which I won, so I think I left a good impression, so I'm going to go back out there for the 2 Vegas races, so yeah, it's pretty good.
So then when you were driving around the track that you've never driven before, clean air but raining, how did you deal with like the mental bit of not making a mistake when it's so difficult to drive slicks on wet?
Well, slicks on wet, I knew I was going to be the fastest because I might have driven around here sometimes slicks in the wet, but when the track was drying out, I couldn't really adapt as fast as other people, like going obviously harder in, looking at my lines and stuff. So it was better when it was fully slicks and wet, and then you can edge away a little bit by just driving it harder than most people.
And there was quite a lot of drama going on behind you between Callum Bradshaw and Macaulay Bishop and then the rest of the field. Were you aware of any of that, or?
Not really. I wasn't really looking behind. I wanted to keep eyes on the road. It was pretty slippy out there, so yeah. I don't know what's happening between them two, but I'm sure I'll watch the replay back and have a look.
Good to hear from you then, Kai. We'll see you later on. We'll head back up into the comms box for the next race, but quickly we'll hear from one of our partners.
it's back, it's time, it's KZ2 in the 2024 Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Here is your grid for heat number 1. Timo Youngling and Jake Weston start on the front row of the grid. Ella Stevens and Charlie Turner go from row number 2. Oliver Stewart and Josh Price, they start on row number 3. Miles Murphy starts on row 4 and is joined by Ashley Lewis.
Row number 5, Del Boy Derek Morgan joins Irishman Lee Ward, Nat Thomas and Ryan Green on row 6 with Craig Stephen, George Barker and hopefully Daniel Sabula. There he goes. That go-kart was not in the correct shape after a nasty crash in practice. Daniel has missed qualifying, but the young driver, English but a Polish descent, a long-time successful driver in the Daniel Ricciardo series. He was leading privateer in the British Championship as a junior. Took a year out last year, you know, just to save his pennies. Did a lot of KZ testing. I believe he's the youngest driver in the class. What can the number 27 kart do from the back of the field? Also looking out for George Barker, who is getting an awful lot of support online. He's going to be... Well, I got to say, he is a former champion in another championship. It's going to be tricky for him to win this championship because he's got more than one rival.
Yeah, and a lot of experience on this grid as well. George, one of a couple of 15-year-olds in this race. Oh, is there's problems already for Daniel Sebela there in the number 27. There's also problems for the number 12 of Craig Stephen. Now, is that, I think... Is that just a bit of an error on the formation lap? That's clearly slick tyres on that number 12. The rain has stopped, is what we're hearing in our ears.
Yes, during the commercial break, it rained very heavily for about 78 seconds. And now it's stopped raining. You can see all the drivers are on slick tyres. However, the track is going to be very, very greasy indeed. Daniel Sabula, game over. He will not go back out. But we're not going to see Daniel kick his kart because, you know, he didn't want his dad, Thomas, to have to fix it. No. Craig Stephen looking as though... there we go. Whereas Sabula was a mechanical issue, Stephen, it was a driver issue, but the kart did refire. Standing start.
And this is always one of my favourite bits of a KZ or KZ2 race, Henry. The standing start for the shifters, the noise, the smells. See Dan Ashton there forming up the grid, who yesterday saw him outside watching a bit of free practice. It was like he was 6 years old again on Christmas Day. He looked absolutely delighted.
Well, mentally, he is still 6 years old, Dan Ashton, I think.
You said that, not
Yeah, yeah.
There's your front row, Timo Youngling.
Wet tyres. So, we've got gamblers. Craig Stevens on slick tyres. Could he go from the spin to win? And it's the disembodied voice in my head is saying the temperature is increasing. Here we go. Let's have a butchers of this. Slick tyres full show on number 12. I think there's a couple of others on 6. Maybe Miles Murphy. It looks like we got a right mix of compounds.
And away we go then for the first time in 2024 for KZ2 in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. Good start for Timo Youngling there on the Sodi Kart chassis. Problems towards the back for Nat Thomas and the Jade Racing team in the number 70, but it's a good start for Timo Youngling. Jake Weston there in the number 16 for More Racing. You're going to see More Racing and Jade Racing team feature a lot in this category this year. The first of 6 rounds for them this year. Some of them will be single rounds like this weekend alongside the rotax program. Some of them will be double headers later in the year as well. No back chicane for these drivers, so no, your eyes are not deceiving you that they've just time warped their way around that part of the course. They're using the cut through for all of their races this weekend.
Timo Youngling, back in December last year, he won the junior rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain. He has jumped from junior rotax to KZ2. He's got Mark Barrett and the Sodi Vitesse team working with him. They're running as effectively privateers. I know that that Mike Youngling, the dad, Mr. Youngling Senior, he enjoys the fact when they're disrupting, when they're not with a big team and they can go there, they can put the cat amongst the pigeons. And here comes the number 16 kart of Jake Weston for the Moore Racing team. Last year's breakout team, Moore Racing. They guided Morgan Porter to the British title. Morgan's not defending it this year as they go through the back straight cut through, which has a really big bump on it, that the karts are actually getting a little bit airborne. Now the drivers on slick tyres are coming back into play.
Josh Bryce down the inside takes second place. Miles Murphy there in the Demon Tweaks, number 4. Is up to third, and now it's going to be a really, really hard task for Timo Youngling on those wet tyres to keep some of the fastest and most experienced drivers in this KZ2 category behind. He's doing everything he can right now. That's down the inside. Josh Bryce has got through. Now this could be a crucial moment for Miles Murphy. He's got to get through as quickly as possible as well, because you'd imagine that Josh Bryce is going to take off like a rocket now. As round goes Weston, the other of the runners there on the wet tyres. It got very close with Timo Youngling. Now all the slick runners are through. How big a lead has Josh Bryce, the number 2 seed from last year, got? It's just short of a second. Miles Murphy there in second place. The O-plate holder, Charlie Turner, who was rapid yesterday in free practice, is up to third. There's the number 7 of Derek Morgan on the scene, trying to get down the inside of Ashley Lewis. Second phase of the race now. The wet tyre runners have been disposed of at the front. What kind of pace are we seeing? 5 seconds quicker than what we were doing 1 lap ago. It's Josh Bryce in the lead by just over a second.
Yeah, Ella Stevens in the number 5 Jade Racing entry. I think Ella is the leading wet tyre runner. Timo Youngling has dropped to 9th. Oliver Stewart, great to have Oliver back in the paddock. There goes the O-plate champion, 2022 British kart champion, Charlie Turner. Trying to hold off his Rush Performance teammate, Ashley Lewis. There's the Ayrton Senna-esque crash helmet of Del Boy, Derek Morgan, with the back end. Now he's recovering from injury. The silly blighter went to play football. And did himself a clavicle injury, so decided I'd go and race my 100-mile-an-hour gearbox kart instead. It's safer than a kickabout with my mates.
Absolutely. Half a second is the lead now. Miles Murphy has just set the fastest lap of the race. I've asked him earlier on in the weekend, how are you feeling this weekend, Miles? And he said, well, ask me on Sunday.
Yes.
And he wasn't... He was chipper. He's always chipper, Miles.
Yes, he was.
But he wasn't absolutely happy with the pace from Friday or this morning. He'll be happy with this now because he's closing in on the race leader. Fastest man, fastest driver on circuit into Gasworks. Miles Murphy is now a quarter of a second off the rear bumper of Josh Bryce. But again, these different cars, very different kinds of machinery to what we're seeing with the rotax classes. And I would guess that your overtaking opportunities are going to be different as well.
Yes, but you say that Miles is always chipper. You didn't really speak to him after first practice this morning. Chipper is not a word I would use to describe Miles, who, incidentally, for those of you who are unaware, the Moore Racing driver, the Demon Tweak sponsored, that's his day job. Miles designs the crash helmets for a number of Formula 1, GP2 and IndyCar drivers, including Lando
Norris, George Russell, Alex Albon, Perez.
Yep.
And more.
And he hasn't even brought any of them to a British Championship meeting, which is quite frankly terrible. But no, Miles chasing his teammate, the Moore Racing team, Tom Moore, brother Sam Moore, running 1-2. Well, no, they're not running 1-2 because quite blatantly that's Josh Bryce and Miles Murphy. But the team run by Tom Moore, assisted by former British gearbox champion Sam Moore as well. And of course, Josh Bryce, ex-British touring car driver, now holding off Miles Murphy, who has met a couple of British touring car drivers. Then it's Ashley Lewis. Great performance for Ashley Lewis, ahead of his teammate and former British champion Charlie Turner in 3rd and 4th positions. Then it's Del Boy, the second of the privateers. With Lee Ward, Ryan Green rounding out your top 7. There is the O-plate of Charlie Turner retiring. Looking back at the pack, Craig Stephen has retired after 1 lap. George Barker still going in 13th position. Got a little bit of work to do to catch up with the rest of the field. Nat Thomas and Oliver Stewart, 11th and 12th. Jake Weston after that incident down in 10th. Timo Youngling and Ella Stevens, wet tyres, 8th, 7th and 8th. That's all. 8th and 9th. That's all they could do. 7 drivers on slicks. They're in the top 7. Everyone else on wets, spending a lot of money.
Out is Oliver Stewart in the number 22. Josh Price going through that yellow flag sector now. Well, I can say from personal experience, looking over the shoulder and seeing Miles Murphy is quite a threatening sight. But Josh Price showing why he's such an accomplished driver. Because unlike me, back in the old BUKC days, he's not just pointing Miles through going, no, I don't want to be have a collision today.
Yes.
But he's holding on to this lead ahead of Murphy and holding it around 0.3 of a second. This is the fight for fourth. Derek Morgan, Lee Ward and Ryan Green. These are all drivers on slick tyres. If you're just joining us and looking at the timing and scoring, thinking, what on earth has happened in this one? We've got a drying circuit with half the field on slicks, half of them on wets. And Morgan holding round the outside there, ahead of Lee Ward. Ryan Green just being patient right now, knowing there could be an opportunity if these two ahead make a mistake with 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go. They're about 6 seconds behind Ashley Lewis, who's had quite a quiet race in this one for Rush Performance, but is looking to get some good points on the board.
And I've got to say, Ashley Lewis is often a driver that sort of flies under the radar a little bit in KZ. Not so far today on course. Well, there's not a podium in the heat races, but a top 3 finish. And there we go. Ashley Lewis, who, that was, 47.56 seconds as we look at the battle. There goes Lee Ward, the Irishman, in the black crash helmet on that Kart Republic chassis. Trying to look at the inside, you can see the power when it grips. It really does grip in the KZ2 kart.
There's a key there. That's 2 laps in a row where Ward's got down the inside of Morgan, but just hasn't been able to find the corner and apex speed to get through. I just wonder, is that the same problem that Miles Murphy has got right now, that he can catch Josh Price? There's not a problem with that. It's finding a way through at the moment with the track conditions still a little bit greasy out there. 90 seconds to go. Lap times both in the 48.1s. You do need to be careful, though, of Ashley Lewis behind. That's another new fastest lap of the race from Lewis. 47.21 seconds. He took 9/10 out of the leaders as they're going a lap down.
Lapping George Barker, who I think it was definitely on wet tyres, but is realising, maybe if it rains tomorrow, does my budget stretch to another set of wet tyres? If I was George, he's last, and I would come in. Just to save that rubber, because you're about 20 seconds a lap off the pace of everyone else just because you're on wet tyres. Not because he's not very good, but because he's on wet tyres. Just in case that triggers some of our online support.
And the same situation for Timo Youngling and for Nat Thomas. They're about to go a lap. This is a bit of this is a real problem now for Josh Price, because he's now got to go off the rubbered in line to find a way past the wet tyre runners. That's beautifully done past Nat Thomas. This could be Miles Murphy's best opportunity. Could be Ashley Lewis's best opportunity as well, because he's taken more than a second out of the lead last time around. Down the inside of Timo Youngling on those wet tyres. Puts Youngling off the lead lap, and now there's a bit of a situation where Weston's got to be overtaken as well, and you can see Weston getting a bit of a slide there. That was very, very close there. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for Ashley Lewis. That was Timo Youngling just not having the level of grip under braking, and nearly having a quite significant moment with Ashley Lewis. On to the final lap. Josh Price has done brilliantly here to fend off the challenge of Miles Murphy.
Not
but he's
over
still
yet,
got
though.
Another kilometre to go.
Not over yet. What can the crowd... Well, they're 2 KG veterans. They're bouncing over the... Can remember Josh when he was a junior rotax driver. Remember Miles Murphy racing at Landau International Raceway as a junior TKM 4-stroke driver. Along the side, the likes of Sean Babington and... other names such as that ilk, but a couple of corners go into the horseshoe. I think that Miles Murphy is going to keep his powder dry for later on.
Indeed. Josh Price comes out to the final corner, tames the tricky conditions, and takes the first win in KZ2 here this weekend. Miles Murphy P2, Ashley Lewis in 3rd place there. Derek Morgan should be across the line and is in fourth, but only by 12 thousandths of a second ahead of Lee Ward. Ryan Green P6. Ella Stevens wins the race of those on the wrong tyre.
Yeah.
So good points there for Ella Stevens given the circumstances. Jake Weston P8. Nat Thomas P9 were all into the treader tyre, the wet tyre runners now. Timo Youngling pulled off the circuit with one lap of the race to go, was already off the lead lap at that point. George Barker, Charlie Turner, Oliver Stewart, Craig, Stephen were all retirements. One DNS, unfortunately, for Daniel Cibula.
Yes, indeed. So, well, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, that was the very first heat race of the KZ2 British Championship season. We got a lot more. I think many of the events that we've got for the rest of the season are going to feature KZ2. There's Miles Murphy giving it. Now he's feeling chipper again. And you just look as they come through the weigh scales, just looking there behind. So that big sort of steel edifice that is going up. Work here at Karting Northeast continuing as always. That is going to be the new Hunter Motorsport HQ. There's another kart business going in there as well. There's going to be garages, pit lane garages like we have at PFI, like you have at Le Mans, with viewing spec facilities on top of that for the spectators. There's Josh Price having a little gander at his wagon. And it's just, anyone who thinks that you don't need to be physically strong, have a look at the guns on Josh. You know, that's not for anything in particular. These things are, you know, you look at him, you see, oh yeah, but it's good, looks good on Insta when I put the filters on. There's Derek Morgan. There you can still see the repaired clavicle of Derek Morgan, the DB Motorsport right driver. There's Ashley Lewis looking, well, a bit nonplussed, really, considering he's just finished in the top three. As we wait, and I'm sure Nicole Sutherland will be around and about at some point, but it's a good chance to have a look at some of the personalities that you're going to be watching in the fastest class we have here in the Vera Tools British Championship. Josh got a bit embarrassed now because he talked about his guns and he's going to lift his cart up. So, Nicole Sutherland is down there chatting to somebody. Take it away, Nicole.
So, over in the Park Ferme, thank you, Henry. We're going to speak to Miles just after he has lifted his cart onto the trolley. Miles, did you just say nose cone from a back marker there?
There's no blue flags and we're all bunched up in the final hairpin and we just can actually get a nose cone. What can you do, eh?
And
apart from that, it was a bit of a chaotic race. Half slicks, half wets. We got the right call. A bit worried on the way to the grid, but we managed to make it work. It's one of those, we just try and somehow keep it clean. I was trying not to get a nose cone. I still got one. Yeah, we got 1-2 for the team. Take that so far. It's been a hard day so far. We kind of almost been like nowhere on pace, just struggling all weekend. We needed a bit of weather like this to get in the mix. On a more standard race, don't know what we're going to do. Probably around the 6th, 7th range, but we'll give it a shot, see how it goes.
Would you be hoping for some more rain then throughout the weekend?
See what it does. No. Rain would be nice, but I'd rather somehow find a solution to dry. I think ultimately that's where you want to know your ultimate pace. You don't have anything to hide there. It's all well and good being good in the wet if it's a rare condition, but you want to ultimately be on the pace of all conditions. So you'll take the result, but you want better. Great to hear from you then, Miles. We'll see what your ultimate pace is later on this weekend. Thank you. No problem. I'm going to say hi to Luke, Jack, and all the boys that have come with us today. Say hello to all of them. Cheers, Miles. Before we head off then, quick word from one of our partners.
Welcome back to live coverage of Event 5 of the Rear Tools British Kart Championships. Next up, out on circuit, it's the start of round 2 of the heats for Junior Rotax. Third time we've seen Junior Rotax in action today. For all of these drivers, this is their second race. This is Groups A versus D. Here is your grid. Oof. Leon Hasty starts on pole position and has Adam Wooden for company on the front row. Lucas Blanford and Joshua Smith start on row 2. Finley Buck and Jake Flewitt start on row 3. And Jack West and Adam Chiracek, they go from row number 4.
On row number 5, you've got Thomas Min-Spearing and Harrison Crowther. Brandon Truman and Joe Anderson are up next, followed by Shane Chandaria and race 1 winner Jacob Ashcroft.
On row number 8, Joshua Turnbull starts alongside Scott Marsh. Owen Neve and James Anagnostiadis go from row number 9, completing the top 20. It's Ben Horner and Lizzie Mencia, who had some really good pace in the dry yesterday in free practice. John Buchan and Isaac Parker start in row 11. Row 12 is Victor Hansen and Aris Miauskas.
Marcel Poppercall and Charlie Cox are on row 13. Vlad Tomenchuk and Harrison Whitacombe on row 14. Charlie Neve on row number 15. Lights are not out. I deliberately stopped early on my grid call there because I can't say Anagnostiadis. See, that's why.
I've had a lot more practice.
It shouldn't matter. It's got me. But there we go. I do apologise to James Anagnostiadis' family, and indeed any Agnostiadis that is around the world, for butchering your name. Here we go. Track is dry.
Track is dry.
Track is dry.
Bit muggy. And they say for James, he was racing out in Slovakia last weekend where it was 33 degrees.
Oh, that was nice.
Bit different to this.
Bit different indeed. 33 degrees. Wow. Oh, what would that be like? But I said here we are. You can see that now behind the scene there, you've got the old motocross track that is that's still part of the facility here, not used anymore. I think that there's more plans afoot to to renovate the terracing here. And again, this facility, it looks absolutely spotless. I've got to say, the staff here at Karting North East have done a fantastic job. Every time you come back, something has been changed. Something has been improved. The grass is manicured with an inch of its green little life. Lights are not out. Yes, they are. They're out now. We're off and racing. It's a KR Sport 1-2 going into the first corner. Already Adam Wooden seems to have lost a bit of ground. Everyone's safely through Brian's Bend into the dogleg, and leading the way, it is Scotland's Leon Hasty.
Good start then for the pole sitter. Had a strong run through the first round of heats. All of these drivers knowing that a good result here should get you into the top 28 of the order. You will all automatically qualify through to the pre-final and not need the dreaded repechage, which will be one of the first races tomorrow morning into Gasworks. See him move down the inside there. I think that was Owen Neve for Chaptex Racing, the number 18, who's made some good progress on this first lap of the race. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. Hasty leads from Buck by just under 2/3 of a second. West had a really good start there. Jack West up 4 places to 3rd. Biggest mover on that first lap, Jacob Ashcroft gaining 4 again, but Vlad Tomenchuk has gained 6 places, the best of anybody out there. He's up to P21.
Now, Adam Turacek, watch for him. There he is, just in front of these 2 karts coming into Cellar 1. That is the JPD UK kart. It's a CKR kart, which is
competitive
kart racing. It's the worst chassis name I have ever heard, but there we go. We discussed this last time. But it's going very well in the hands of the leading rookie in this race at the moment. There's Josh Turnbull. Again, up and down race for him in the first one with the penalty that was given to him. Not sure where that ended him up in the final classifications. But as we cross the line, it is Leon Hasty, Jack West, Lucas Blanford, Finley Buck. Have to say, Bucky is having a great couple of rounds here for that Ultimate R team. Ben Hingley's squad. Up at the sharp ends, and Finley Buck is doing a fantastic job of just staying with him. He loses a place there to Thomas Min-Spearing, but no shame in that. The number 10 seed going through into what is 4th position. Adam Wooden is next in line in the number 47 kart. The rest of the field sort of making their way through now up towards Gasworks and heading down towards the Horseshoe, and lots of bits of sort of elbowing as Scott Marsh trying to find a way through in front of a sea of karts in front of him. The former Junior Rotax Grand Finals champion Scott Marsh. He won that title back in Portimao at the end of 2022. Jacob Ashcroft already has gained 6 places, probably another one by now. He's up into the top 8. I don't think he's putting his new boots on just yet.
Nope.
But you know, Barry's already looking at Alpine Stars, or other boot manufacturers are available to order Jacob's favourite colour. Bless him. Or even Demon Tweaks. Of course he's not going to Alpine Stars. He's going to Demon Tweaks, the one-stop shop for all your motor racing needs on and off track. Did you not know that, Mr. Mather?
Every single discipline, even the virtual ones.
Even pogo karting, which is where you just jump up and down in the seats until it breaks. There we are.
6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Leon Hasty still leads by that 2 1/3 second mark. Thomasman Spearing looking down the inside, and in fact taking second place away from Jack West then. Well, we saw a good second half of the race for Thomasman Spearing. Oh, you're right over there, Henry.
Absolutely fine. Just having a quick sip of Iron Brew. Thank you very much to Lachlan Johnson's family for leaving me a case of Iron Brew. Fortunately, Lachlan's had to withdraw from the weekend, so thank you to Lachlan's family for being so kind and leaving me their stash.
And anyone who gave some Iron Brew to the reserve in Scotland, it's now in his hands. It's all good. It stayed in my garage in Warwickshire for the last few weeks, but it's with the man now.
And it wasn't just Iron Brew, the drink, that was given. You'll have to wait to see the paddock show to see some of the other little treats that unfortunately I missed at Larkhorn. Again, I just want to very quickly say thank you so much for all the messages. I've had a bit of time away, and it's very nice to know that there are people out there that actually care. Didn't get a message off you, Andrew, but there you go.
5.5. I didn't want to bother you. 5.5 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race, Jacob Ashcroft, 51.06. He's up to 7th place now. It's only 3 seconds off the race lead, and he's already done it once today, racing through the pack. Can he do it again? It's similar conditions to what we saw earlier on for these drivers, of course.
Similar conditions, and yet but a very different style of race. This race has finally calmed down. And speaking to some of the officials on circuit, they're like, this isn't Sunday afternoon yet. What are these drivers doing? Now, finally, someone's reminded them it's just a heat race. This is a far more sedate affair where you can see, tactics coming in. Everyone is not just diving to the inside and going in on each other, corner after corner after corner.
Lead is getting close as well. Thomasman Spearing just took 0.3 of a second out of Leon Hasty, and here it is coming down in towards St. John's, the 90-degree left-hander. Thomasman Spearing looking down the inside into centre one. Leon Hasty's compliant with that. Good bold move there from Thomasman Spearing. Didn't send it too hard into the braking zone, and it's now good for the lead.
Uncle Tyrone on the live chat's not going to be happy. Brandon Truman has a 5-second penalty. There goes Lucas Blanford. Now, I do forget the name of the beauticians that sponsor Lucas. You could see their logo on the outside of their bumpers. I can't for the life of me. Obviously, I'm not a person that goes and has much cosmetic surgery and beauticians, but I'm, pretty enough as it is, thank you. But Lucas Blanford, really, really strong performance, continuing to impress for Ultimate R. Finley Buck, Ultimate R, 2 karts in the top 5 at the moment. Ashcroft 6th, then it's Turnbull, Wooden, Marsh, Fluid, Crowther, Anagnostiatis, Mentier, Anderson, Truman, Majewskis, Neve, Whitacombe only 18th, then Buchan, Turacek, Hansen, Neve, Chandaria, Temenchuk, Horner, Poppercall, Barker, Cox and Bomber Smith sadly has retired the Project 1 Jack's Motorsport entry.
Yeah, and that may well mean a repechage tomorrow for those drivers in the bottom third. Realistically, you've got to be getting top 15 in these races to put yourself in the mix. There will be, of course, a chance to race through from that repechage. It's the top 6 who go through, and the 34 drivers of that top 6 and the 28 automatic qualifiers, they will race in the pre-final and the final tomorrow. Meanwhile, back at the front, Thomasman Spearing's not been able to drop Leon Hasty. over the last couple of laps. And now Hasty's gone back down the inside and retaken the lead of the race.
Very good move.
Lovely move there from Leon Hasty, returning the favour. Pretty much the same move we saw from Spearing a few laps ago. I think that's a wise move from Leon Hasty, because Lucas Blanford and Jack West are closing in very quickly. Jacob Ashcroft is continuing to chip away as well, is now only 1.5 seconds behind the race leaders, and still the best part of 2.5 minutes of this race to go. On to Conrad Strait once again. End of lap number 9. The gap is less than 1/10 of a second. Thomas Minspearing doesn't go for the move into turn 1. Thinks for now just got to sit there in P2, try and push that gap away so Blanford and West don't fully come into this fight. And also, as you say, Jacob Ashcroft, who's just set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 50.65.
Yeah, Ashcroft now into the top 5, hunting down the KR Sport number 92 of Jack West. You can see on your screens the lead quartet, with Ashcroft now into P5 and closing in. I don't think with 90 seconds plus a lap remaining he's going to make it 2 wins out of 2. However, he's putting a marker down regardless of where he qualifies. Jacob Ashcroft, the young lad from Weston-super-Mare, showing that he is a danger man this weekend. Hasty, Minspearing, Blanford, West, then Ashcroft, and Ashcroft is bringing his Dan Holland Racing teammate Josh Turnbull with him. Then it's the leading Strawberry Racing kart, Scott Marsh, up 9 places to 7th, but it's a 6-kart train with a minute to go, and it's going to increase to maybe 7th to maybe 8th with Finley Buck and Harrison Crowther, because Leon Hasty will have to start defending very soon. If he doesn't, then that's going to happen. Thomas Minspearing back to the lead as West gets a little bit agricultural coming out of Gasworks.
Yeah, Jack West found himself on the curb on driver's left there. Gets back on the road, but has fallen down to 6th place. Now Thomas Minspearing is going to defend. There's going to be 2 more laps of this one. Leon Hasty right there, no way through in turn number 1. Is there going to be a gap down the inside into Dogleg? Not quite, but they're stacking up behind now with 13 seconds remaining on the clock. Jacob Ashcroft checks over the shoulder, stays there in 3rd. Good cover off from Spearing into Senna number 1. Joshua Turnbull trying to find a way past Lucas Blanford for 4th place, and that's broken the pack up. Turnbull has got through. That was a mighty move round the outside into the back chicane. Hasty now down the inside. Is this going to be Ashcroft's chance? Yes, it is. Both Spearing and Hasty off the road. Well, we said he didn't think he's going to make it through. He was 1.5 seconds back. Jacob Ashcroft has kept his nose clean and is now looking at a 2nd victory in a row from the 7th row of the grid. But he's still got 1 more lap to go. He's got to keep it on the island for this 13th lap. I think Joshua Turnbull's got through into 2nd place. Yes, Turnbull has. Who else has gained out of all of that? Scott Marsh is up into the top 5. But what calm driving from the youngster in the number 38. Jacob Ashcroft, one of the drivers who's moved from the Minimax category up here into the juniors, is on a flyer here at Warden Law.
But look, as they come into Gasworks, Ashcroft is clear, then Turnbull, but look at them behind Finley Buck. They're lining up behind him like MPs at the bookies. Out of the Gasworks hairpin, through Horseshoe, Finley Buck now scrambling. Can he keep this train behind him for 6th position? Ashcroft is your winner, and Buck hangs on to 6th position.
And depending on how other results go, that could be pole position for Jacob Ashcroft tomorrow in the pre-final. What a job after a difficult qualifying. Jacob Ashcroft, 2 wins out of 2. The drama's not done yet, though, because an investigation notification has come up on our screens for the number 9 of Leon Hasty. Ashcroft won't care about that, though. Doesn't concern him. P1 in a DHR 1-2.
Yeah, obviously things getting a little bit close for comfort there at Gasworks. We've seen several incidents there, but it's Ashcroft, Turnbull, Blandford, West and Scott Marsh, your top 5. Finley Buck up into 6th position. Thomas Min Spearing salvaging 7th after what was a really good battle between him and Leon Hasty, who comes home in 10th behind Jake Flewitt and Harrison Crowther. James Anastastiadis from Australia is next. Then it's Joe Anderson, Lizzie Mentier and Adam Wooden from the front row down to 14th. Harrison Whitacombe finishing in 15th. But look at that, 5.6 seconds between Ashcroft in 1st and Whitacombe in 15th. That tells me that anybody between 2nd place to 14th place, a 5-second nose cone penalty puts you squarely at the back.
It does indeed. 16th place for Brandon Truman, Aris Miauskis, Owen Neve, Charlie Neve and Victor Hansen, all in the top 20. John Buchan, Vlad Tomanchuk, Charlie Cox, Ben Horner, Adam Turacek takes it down to 25th. Shane Chandaria, 26th. Marcel Popical, P27. Isaac Barker, the last of the 28 finishers in that one. And Joshua Smith, unfortunately, will be given points for 29th place, having completed no laps. Keep your comments coming in, including the ones cheering on the topical comments as well. Let's head down to Park Ferme and Nicole Sutherland.
Let's head over and speak to our race winner, Jacob. Jacob, how are you feeling about that one?
I feel really good. Obviously starting P14 again, and I've won both races, so I'm feeling really happy.
And then we saw, Tom Inspearing and Leon Hasty have a bit of a battle where they both went off track. In your eyes, what was going on there, and how did you just keep your cool?
I mean, I looked behind going out the chicane and I saw I had a massive gap, so I just swinged out wide, hoping that I may be able to get the cut back if they had it coming together, but they had it coming together, and unfortunately for them they went off the track, but luckily for me I wasn't involved in it. I managed to fly straight past.
We saw your dad poke his head over the fence a minute ago, very, very happy. What do you think he'll be saying to you in a minute?
Oh, he'll be so pleased with me, obviously, because we messed the team and us messed up quali, so now us to win both of them, so good.
We'll let you celebrate with your dad that heat win then. I'll let you get on. Let's head through Parc Fermé then and catch up with some of these other drivers. We'll head over to the Ultimate R driver, Lucas Blanford, because Lucas has been having a great run this weekend. Just before he picks up the car, sorry to ambush you, Lucas, how's things been going this weekend? How was that race?
Yeah, things been going pretty good, to be fair. We didn't do Friday because I had my mocks, so we kind of came...
What exam was it?
Oh, sadly it was physics and geography, so, it wasn't really the best. But, we came here this morning, quickest in first practice, and P3 in quali, so it's been quite a good day so far, P5 and P3, so hopefully that sets us up nicely for tomorrow.
I've just noticed as well on your rad flap of the radiator, you've got a bit of a different sticker on there. We see a lot of cream racing engines, time racing engines, but can you tell us who builds your engines? Tell us about that.
Yeah, Danny Sweeney, he's a really good guy. It makes engines rapid as well, so definitely would recommend people to go to him. So yeah, can't thank him enough as well for providing us with this engine for this weekend.
And then I just spoke to Jacob Ashcroft, who, he's gone in both heats from 14th to wins, pretty, in some words, unstoppable at the minute. But what do you think will be happening further on in the weekend with Jacob's performance and with your own?
Yeah, round Warden Law, it's all about tyre saving really, because we used the rear end tyre quite a lot, so it's just whether he's managed it really. But I think it's going to be quite close, because Harry Bartle, Jacob are really quite close to each other, so I think it's going to be good for tomorrow.
Yeah, great to hear from you then, Lucas. We'll head off and back up to you in the comms box.
Back here, it's Warden Law. It's event 5 of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships now Henry,
Yes.
our poll.
Yes.
The week of polls.
Yeah, week of polls.
We've had one that's finished 52% to 48%.
Unlikely to have the same result on Thursday.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving swiftly on.
The question was, what are our favourite NFL teams in a bit of a get-to-know-us kind of thing outside of the paddock?
Yes,
and
why not?
52% are...
Correct.
They are correct.
Our favourite NFL teams. No, who's it now? Andrew is a New York Giants fan.
Sufferer.
And I am the Detroit Lions #1 Welsh supporter. There's in the background there, we're going to go to the grid shortly. There's Demon Tweets, but it's the starting lineup for race number 9, Junior Rotax Heat 4.
Away we go then for the start of the formation lap. Thomas Vera on pole position, Harry Bartle alongside on the front row, Mikey Walker and Hugh Moulton on row number 2, Henry Cameron and Cole Denham go from row number 3, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Goff starts on row number 4.
William Antrobus, the victory mullet, starts from position number 9 alongside Kai Clark, William Archer and Kai Beach on row 6. Sebastian Luce, who didn't start the previous heat, hopefully he gets out there this time, and Charlie King on row number 7, Isabella Stanmore Wilson and Jacob Woods on row 8.
Taking us through the back third of the grid, Noah Barham and Zach McDonald on row 9, Daniel Kilpatrick and Maxim Curran from New Zealand start on row 10, Cameron Nelson and Matteo Palazzo start on row 11, and then on row 12, it's Ariman Bansal and Oliver White.
Ryan Gill and Emily Cotty are on row 13. Rory Armstrong, Northern Ireland's Rory Armstrong and Stanley Clark go from row number 14. Row 15, from the back once again, Albie Lapper, and a big get well soon to Albie's mechanic Liam Wright, who did himself a mischief yesterday. Hope you're watching and getting better soon, Liam. We'll see you back very shortly.
Here we go then into the tram lines. Are we good for a race start? The answer is, looks like we're good. We're racing with green. 10 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Good start for Behrman. No heroics this time from Harry Bartle around the outside, but he's been able to hold second place in the early stages of this one. Fully dry circuit for the pilots to enjoy. Bit of dust being kicked up on the exit of the dogleg as Bartle already trying to find a way through past Behrman into Senna 1. Behrman's wise to it, sits on the inside. Now down the inside is Bartle into the chicane, and I think he's managed to make it work. Yes, he has. So Harry Bartle takes the lead into Gasworks. It's also been a good start for Mikey Walker there as well. The JDR, the red, white and blue number 33, has had a strong... Where did Mikey... He started on the second row of the grid. So the MS Kart machine has held position after this first tour of the circuit.
Yeah, very strong start there from Mikey Walker. Also, the driver in 4th position, Hugh Moulton, the number 51 Coles Racing entry, because Hugh started, had a bit of a problem in the first heat, got forced a little bit wide at turn number 1, but now showing what he can do in that Coles Racing kart. Obviously, great to see Coles still competing at the sharp end in virtually every time they put a kart down. It's a fast one, and Hugh Moulton moves into P3. Lewis Goff running in 5th position ahead of Henry Cameron, the closer Cole Demon and Jared Fox-Whiteley. This is Jared Fox. He's not down as a championship rookie because he's not signed up for the whole championship, but this is his first appearance in the British Championship.
Is indeed. For Hugh Moulton, looking to get back into the top 10. Had a difficult time in the pre-final and the final at Lark Hall, but was strong through the heat. Best result so far this year is being in the top 6 of the final at PF International for round number 1. 8 minutes to go. Big thanks to Ian Rogers and the whole Motorsport Timing UK crew.
No, we're not going to thank him. No, we're not going to thank Ian Rogers, motorsport-timing.co.uk for all your timing needs, giving you all the graphical information that you're watching. We won't thank him, though. No.
What we will say, though, is there's a change for second place there. Moulton past Thomas Behrman. We said at the end of the last race, Jacob Ashcroft could well be for pole position. There's one driver who can beat him to that pole position for the pre-final tomorrow, and that's the current race leader, Harry Bartle. Remember, won his first race earlier on. Now, this would go to a tiebreaker if Bartle won the race. If we go back to the time qualifying results, of which, of course, Jacob Ashcroft was starting on the 7th row of the grid, so Bartle would take the advantage in that one.
Exactly, and at the moment, Harry Bartle looking like he is on course well, it's early days yet, 7 minutes plus a lap to go, but Bartle, he's got to that stage where he can control things a little bit. He's got a bit of clean air between himself and Hugh Moulton, although Hugh Moulton is looking particularly fired up. If Hugh Moulton catches our race leader, Harry Bartle, it will be interesting, the different tactics. Bartle with a win in the bag, second place, okay, that would still be a front row starting position. You know, does he fight and risk having a very aggressive Hugh Moulton, who, you know, didn't have such a great Heat 1 result, you know, making a move and possibly getting involved?
6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Jared Fox-Whiteley, the new fastest driver out there, 50.73. I think we've just had a little bit of information, haven't we, Henry?
Yes, we have. Hunter Motorsports number 79, Stanley Clark, failed to start. I think the tyre was flat Stanley.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. That's
We're
shocking.
here all weekend.
Thank you. We don't know. That could, but Stanley Clark sadly retired on the opening lap, or the rolling lap. I do apologise.
Battle going on there for 6th place. Henry Cameron and Lewis Goff trading back and forth. Goff's going to have another look down the inside into Gasworks. Lovely move there. Didn't allow any kind of switchback for Henry Cameron to occur. Well positioning himself through that last big braking zone before you get through Horseshoe, and then of course the final paddock bend. Getting towards the second half of this one. Still Bartle leading, and it will be 2 double race winners on the front row for the pre-final tomorrow, as there is the number 57 of William Antrobus, winner from last time out in Lark Hall. A bit of more difficult time in this one. Behind William Archer in the number 61, and is now losing a spot there to Noah Barham. Noah Barham having a much stronger race here. That's a change for second place, Henry, as Behrman sweeps past Moulton.
Yeah, and to be fair, Moulton wasn't really fighting it. I think he probably sensed that at this stage in the race, Behrman's kart is fast. There's the number 78 kart running a little bit wide. That is Charlie King. Oh, the number 40 kart running even wider. The Dan Holland Racing, the Northern Irishman, Daniel Kilpatrick. Oh dear, there's
Antrobus off.
Yeah, Antrobus taking an interesting line in the number 57 kart. I just noticed Alice Powell walking across the front of it. Alice is here, of course, mentoring Ella Stevens, but also acting as a mentor to all the young female drivers, the young ladies in the paddock, doing a fantastic job. Again, such an ambassador for the sport, Alice Powell. And of course, I think you'll be able to hear Alice live on Channel 4 for the British Grand Prix, which is even better, which is absolutely superb. So, but luckily, our job's not a risk, because Alice has already far outweighed us in her career, so we're all right in karting.
But what you can see in due course, as well as an interview with Alice.
Can't wait for that one.
Yesterday, that'll be on the Karting UK channel in due course. 4 minutes to go in this one. Bartle still leads, now by 3/4 of a second, doing a very similar job to what we saw yesterday, earlier on today in the first round of heats. Thomas Behrman has got that gap now over Jared Fox-Whiteley. There's been a couple of +5 second penalties in this race. The latest one of them to come in is the number 36 of Sebastian Lusch.
I think the
Lusch currently 12th on the road.
Yes, and of course he's doing well because he didn't do any laps in the first race, so his tyres are a little bit fresher. Cameron Nelson also, I think we mentioned the Welshman getting a penalty. Here we go, the battle for what is 4th position. I have to say, Jared Fox-Whiteley, what a surprise. I mean, you know, the team, the Jacks Motorsport Project 1 Racing Group, it's not a surprise to them because they know how talented Jared Fox-Whiteley is, but to the wider audience who are watching, this is his first time at the British Championship, Jared, and he's showing a clean pair of heels to a bunch of very, very talented drivers at the moment. There he is in that number 37 Jacks Motorsport car. Just the front of your screen, he's got Moulton and he's got Goff behind him. Goff to the inside. Got to say, big well done. I mean, I know the result of the race didn't go Sean Goff's way. The team, the McLaren Project 59 group.
Or is it? It was
yes.
For the McLarens, it was United Autosport.
United Autosport, but yeah, Sean was running one of the teams, the pole position McLaren. But anyway, we digress. I digress, as per usual. Great drive. Number 33, Mikey Walker, hanging on into the top 6 for the Jack Dex team on that MS chassis. Here is the well, how do you describe that group going across the screen there? A schmozzle, I think. A schmozzle is good. Headed by 2 Dan Holland Racing entries, the Cole Denham in kart number 82. Oh, and rear bumper of Cole Denham, meet front bumper of your teammate Noah Barham. But I think, to be fair, there's a lot of pressure behind. There goes Antrobus through, passing Barham as well. Now Jack Lilly will have a little nibble at the inside of the Dan Holland Racing kart. And then you've got the number 77 of Kai Clark for KR Sport.
Unfortunate for Kai Clark. He's got a plus 5 second penalty to deal with at the end of this race. And again, that could be a costly on a day like this. The number 84 of Jacob Woods is in the middle of this one as well. Having a decent run here for Sam Pollitt Racing this weekend. Out of the final corner. 1 minute and 20 to go. No change at the front, but that confirmation, Andrews now back up into the top 10. Hasn't got it done yet though, because Noah Barham's going to want to strike back with the time remaining. Jack Lilly there in 11th place, had a good run here last year. Was 5th in the final. And we're looking to try and push back through. Apologies, not Jack Lilly, because Jack Lilly's racing in the seasons, of course. But he did have a 5th place finish last year. 50 seconds to go.
Yes.
Lonely at the back there, William Archer in 8th place. That's a nice move. That is Jacob Woods, now past Noah Barham and into the top 10.
And the 84 kart you just saw a little bit further down the order, yeah, Woods moving, like you said, that's a strong drive. Again, we've got Strawberry Racing leading, Harry Bartle on course. Well, the gap is 0.8 of a second to Thomas Behrman. No, I don't think that Behrman's going to catch Bartle. So Bartle on course for pole position in the pre-final as things stand. Second place is certainly still up for grabs, as it were. There is the battle on our screen through the Dunlop chicane as the clock strikes 0, now into Gasworks Hairpin, which I've got to say has been a bit of a flashpoint today, Andrew. We've seen several incidents, a couple of them all at the Gasworks Hairpin in wet and dry conditions.
It's always, being at the end of the lap as well, it's always somewhere where the drivers, particularly as the race goes on.
And you know that could be your last chance to make a move. There's several good overtaking opportunities. Horseshoe Bend and Paddock Bend, not two of them. So yeah, Gasworks Hairpin is your last real chance. Gasworks Hairpin. I love the way that, up here at Karting North East, you've got Conrod Straight after Bathurst, Gasworks Hairpin, which used to be at Monaco back in the 70s before the last corner went in for the La Rascasse, I think it was. But here we go. Enough of La Rascasse. It is Harry Bartle looking over his shoulder. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for Bartle and the Strawberry Racing team into Horseshoe Bend. Now around Paddock and across the line, Harry Bartle, 2 out of 2. Thomas Behrman finishes second and Lewis Goff third, but the drive of the race is 4th place, Jared Fox Whiteley, with Hugh Moulton, Mikey Walker, Henry Cameron and William Archer. Up next, Archer, top championship rookie in that race in P8.
And continuing the good form that we've seen from the Hunter Motorsport pilot so far this year. Well, that means, pending the result confirmation, of course, that Bartle will start on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. That is a very good start to the weekend for Harry Bartle. His quest to become champion has already got the O plate from earlier in the year, but he wants to add the number 1 plate in junior rotax as well in 2024. Ashcroft will be alongside on the front row. Thomas Behrman, I think, will be pretty pleased, Henry, with 3rd place in the IC with that 2nd place. There is a provisional race result. Bartle from Behrman, Goff, Fox Whiteley, Moulton, your top 5. Mikey Walker, P6. Brilliant job there by Mikey Walker for Jack Dex Racing. Henry Cameron, P7. William Archer, William Antrobus and Jacob Woods complete the top 10. Cameron Nelson, 11th, but remember he has a plus 5 second penalty, as does Noah Barham in that one, as does Kai Clark. So all 3 drivers there will move down in that order. Cole Denham, 14th on the road, will benefit from those penalties. Kai Veach, 15th. Daniel Kilpatrick, P16. Top 20 wrapped out by Sebastian Lusch, although not, because Lush has a penalty as well. Maxim Kerwin, Zach McDonald and Albie Lapper outside the top 20, Ariman Bansal. Charlie King, Emily Cotty, Matteo Palazzo, Rory Armstrong having a tough weekend. Number 62, Oliver White, P26, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, the penultimate finisher ahead of Ryan Gill, won retirement from that race on the formation lap, so technically it did not start. Stanley Clark. Well, that is all of the Junior Rotax heats done for today, but not quite done with Junior Rotax, because let's head down to Parc Fermé and Nicole Sutherland.
We're with Thomas Bierman then. Thomas, how's your championship campaign been going on so far then?
The first round of the championship was a struggle. I think I missed the first few test sessions for that weekend. It really put me off in the back foot. And obviously with the final cancellation, it didn't help my championship, as you could say. La cool though, it was a bigger step forward. Just unlucky in the final. I made a few mistakes and we had a pretty bad result, like DNF or just nearer to the back. But I think if a few solid rounds and we can be back up there, and yeah, I mean, I hope we can get back up there at least. But it's not over yet.
And then in a grid where there is so much talent, who would you say is kind of your biggest competitors, the drivers that you go into every weekend kind of keeping an eye out for?
Obviously the top three in the championship are are always down there, always quick, you know they're always a benchmark for where you have to be. So I think it's Bartle, Antrobus and Whitcomb. They're good drivers, and they're always a benchmark and somewhere to aim at, to catch, to know you're quick. So yeah.
Great to hear from you then, Thomas. Good luck for the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
We'll also head over and just speak to Lewis Goff. We've got Lewis here. Lewis, we'll catch up with you quickly. Sorry to caught you a bit off guard there, I think. How's things been going this weekend for you?
To be fair, it's been pretty well so far. Started from P8, made it a bit of a struggle. But I think we have the pace to definitely win this weekend.
Yeah, and this year, I think Sam Pollitt, they're not a team that we don't know about already. They've been in the paddock a while, but I think this year we've seen huge progression for them in every class. What have they been doing? Can you tell us about that?
Well, I think as a team as a whole, we've all improved, changed a bit of things, new engines and everything. Just trying to get the best out of the car we could possibly can to be the best.
Yeah, that's great. Great to hear from you, Lewis. We'll see you later on. We'll go back up to the comms box for the next race of the day, which will be seniors, but quickly we'll hear from one of our partners.
Welcome back to Warden Law. Henry, excited in the box alongside me.
Wow.
What have you found?
Well, it's a first sighting of Jordan Baines of the weekend. The Force Waft. Give us a wave, Jordan. You're on camera. Let's have a look. Oh, he's not listening.
No,
There's Lee Murray from MLC Motorsport to Jordan's right, and Jordan's mum, Donna, to Jordan's left. Jordan is the svelte figure in the middle. But anyway, as we look at that, Jordan's got several drivers in this next race, including the one who's on pole position. We'll find out who it is next.
Let's take you through the grid then for the second heat in Minimax. It's Albie Friend on pole position, Edward Haynes alongside on the front row. Finley Lyons and Harry Taylor form up the second row. They're ahead of Max Gilman and Jensen Chalk on row 3. Jack Collinson and Alex Goodson, they go from row number 4.
Rounding out your top 10, Riley Murrow and Oliver Spencer, with Daniel Minto and Sebastian Clark on row 6. Josh Cormack and his fellow Scot Joshua Griffin on row 7. And all the way from Dubai, Alfie Ward. All the way from England, Tom Reed.
Row 9, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Leo Livings go alongside each other on an all-synergy row there. Thea Bradshaw and Devin Taylor form up row number 10. Benjamin Lawn and Louis Radcliffe start on row 11. Archie Rogers, Tyler and Fraser Anderson, the privateer, start on row number 12. Jacob Jack and Emerson McAndrew-Guren start on row 13. Jensen Walker completes the 27-strong field.
Yes.
The standings from the first round of heats. Lines 0 points. Friend 2, Collinson 3, Griffin, Taylor, Spencer, Murrow and McAndrew-Guren all in the top 8. We're going to go round again. That is good news if you are Oliver Spencer, because I'm hearing in my ear that Oliver Spencer spun on the formation lap there.
Yes, now, because I'm old, decrepit and losing my marbles more rapidly than ever, Andrew, can you remind me, and indeed the rest of the viewers, what happened to Edward Haynes in that first race? Because he doesn't appear in the top 5 or 6 on the current standings, on the intermediate classification, and yet he was certainly...
He had a penalty.
He had a 5-second
penalty. And because it was such a close one out there on track, it dropped him
from first
to 10th.
Jensen Chalk also getting a 5-second penalty, which dropped him down to 15th. So a lot of these drivers, even though they're all going to make the pre-final and the main event, they still are desperate to maximise every position they can in the second and last Minimax heat race of the day here at Karting North East. Lights are out. We are off and racing. Friend leads the field through turn number 1. Finley Lyons holds on to P2 with one of the Dan Holland karts. I think that's Harry Taylor up into 3rd. Somebody at the back there running a little bit wide, Andrew, and somebody's still on the grass.
Yeah, it was Oliver Spencer. Oliver Spencer had problems out of turn number 1. I don't know whether it was mechanical or not. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Albie Friend leads from Finley Lyons. The rest of them filing their way through centre 1 and centre 2. You can see waved yellow flags out by the time they get round to the pit straight. That would indicate that someone has fully broken down out there. May well be Spencer. We'll get news of that in a moment. Yeah, Spencer has not come through sector number 1 on live timing. 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Let's count them through. At the end of the first lap, expecting this race to be around 12-13 laps long. Albie Friend is there, feels the need to go defensive ahead of Finley Lyons. Harry Taylor, good start into 3rd. Jensen Chalk 4th, and then Edward Haynes completes the top 5. What a start for Joshua Griffin. Gained 7 places on that first lap, Henry. And yeah, he's up to 7th place.
Yes, indeed. And I did notice there were still yellow flags at the entrance to turn number 1, but all the leaders obeying the race signals, single file into that first corner. Now, in the first race, Finley Lyons and Jensen Chalk. Synergy Factory team, Finley Lyons, Strawberry Racing, Jensen Chalk. They had a battle for the lead, a meeting. They were not inclined to work together. Can Finley Lyons and Chalk's teammate Albert Friend to have a better fist of it in terms of yes? working together. Now, friend checks over his shoulder, head down, just trying to get the airflow over the top of that NASA panel. It's a little bit better. It could give you an extra 100th of a second, and of course in karting, 100th of a second is the difference between first and not first. And Andrew Mather, news from the timekeeping stroke penalty department.
Indeed. Well, there was some good news for Joshua Griffin. He's getting another place out there. The bad news, though, start infringement. A +3 second penalty on lap 2 indicates that that's the problem there. It's a time penalty. If he can get further up the road, he can negate that and still score some good points. It's down the inside for third place. Jensen Chalk gets through past Harry Taylor. But yes, for Joshua Griffin, that's made his race a little bit harder now. Has got some good pace, just went purple through sector number 1. There is Luca Holmes-Ballack on the move as well. And not the first time we've said that this season. He did a lot of overtaking last time out in Scotland for round 2 of this championship. And a bit of a compromised qualifying. Is now, I think, up into the top 10. Yes, he is. And he's got some help from behind in the shape of Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who's up 15 places. What a run. From Emerson there, is now in 11th spot.
Yes, indeed. A quick question. Someone, Oren, on the live chat. Didn't this commentator commentate on the SWS World Finals last year? Yes, this commentator did. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which way the wind's blowing, I will be commentating on the SWS World Finals this year, next weekend, in Genk. Apparently, Genk is the other circuit that calls itself the home of champions.
Yes.
Which is incorrect, because only Max Verstappen started at Genk, whereas here, which calls himself the home of champions, where champions are born, this is where Kai Hunter started.
Exactly.
I mean, in Landau, the global home of the birthplace of champions, is where other drivers started, where I used to race. So I'm not happy with Genk's, just because Verstappen started there. It doesn't mean you can call yourself the home of champions when you've got Landau and Karting Northeast still running race meetings. Anyway, see you at Genk next week. Oren? Yeah, knew you sounded familiar. Sorry, mate. You've got to put it with me next weekend as well. But that's next weekend. This is where it's at now. And there is the number 146, the baby-faced assassin, Edward Haynes, picking up another position using the force waft and round the out. Oh, Finley lines. Is he going to try and cut underneath Friend coming out of Gasworks hairpin? He's going to be on the outside now on the run into Horseshoe. Friend holds lines at bay.
Does indeed. And hearing in our ears that there's maybe a little bit of rain coming back in, possibly at Gasworks. Moment there for Luca Holmes-Ballack, losing 1 or 2 places.
Yes.
Close quarters with another driver. Drops Luca Holmes-Ballack down to 13th place. Let's keep an eye on those sector times. Edward Haynes has just put in the fastest lap of the race. That's a really good pace.
Yes.
For Edward Haynes, 53.09. I know the top 3 are fighting here. And in fact, it's going to be more than the top 3 now, as side by side. Friend and Lines looking for the undercut there, gets a bit of a slide on mid-corner, and Albie Friend is able to hold on to that one for now, but keep an eye on Edward Haynes into Gasworks. What is the grip like? Looking pretty good. Joshua Griffin there in 5th place as well is now also under investigation, as is the 119. That's Jack Collinson. This race feels like it's just turning a page now into the next 4.5 minutes. Albie Friend's done an amazing job to hold on to this lead, but Finley Lines is maybe getting a bit impatient behind. He wants to take that lead and gallop up the road, as he did so many times at the O Plate earlier on in the year. Big run off of the corner there for Finley Lines down the inside through St. John's. Has got it, but no, he's lost it. And through comes Haynes. Edward Haynes takes all 3 of them in the sequence of 1 corner, and he now leads.
I did notice on the previous lap, as they went down the start-finish straight, you had parents and mechanics sort of giving them signals saying, slow down, because obviously they could feel the track was wet. Last time round, on this lap, there was none of that, which means the rain has stopped, which means that the drivers have got full grip levels going into turn number 1, and now Finley Lines is being, oh dear, he's coming from all angles at him. He's being, a bit like a piñata, being punched left, right and centre as he falls down the order. It was a very aggressive move. I mean, the move was on. Albie Friend left the door open, so he dived at the inside. aggressive, yes. Ran wide, yes. Cost him time, yes. Cost Albie Friend time, yes. But Friend is still there, just behind the number 119 Sam Pollitt racing kart of Jack Collinson. Finley Lines down to 9th position. New leader, Edward Haynes. New second place driver, Jensen Chalk, and Harry Taylor. A bit of a sleeper in this race. Taylor just keeping his nose clean, as it were. He's got Griffin, and he's got his other teammate, McAndrew Urin, bearing down on him, though.
And this is what Harry Taylor's been doing throughout the course of the season. We've had 6 championship points scoring stages across the 2 rounds. In 4 of them, Taylor has been in the top 3. He's sat in that top 3. There's an investigation now for the O-plate of Finley Lines. I just wonder if that is for the sequence of play that we saw a couple of laps ago, where he did have the lead momentarily, now finds himself down in 10th place. 2.5 minutes remaining in this one. No real change right now, and again, it just feels like it's lulled. It just feels like the drivers are preparing for the final push in this second and final heat of the day. Down the inside goes Joshua Griffin. Remember, he still has that +3 second penalty. His teammates getting very close there. Emerson McAdoo and Harry Taylor going side by side. Albert Friend takes advantage, is back up into the top 5. Into Gasworks once again. Edward Haynes looking calm at the wheel. There down the inside, that's the number 169 of Max Gilman on the move. Finley Lines is going backwards here. Not said that too many times in 2024.
I wouldn't be surprised if something on that Synergy Factory car has been knocked slightly askew. Because again, he had that move. There was, then ran a little bit wide, and of course then other karts came through. It could be just like a tweak of a track rod or a track rod end or something like that has just upset the balance of that O-plate Synergy kart a little bit, and that puts Finley on the defensive for the remaining 90 seconds plus a lap of this race.
This result at the moment is also absolutely flying the intermediate classification wide open. Albie Friend still has the lead, but he's on 7 points. Joshua Griffin also on the live points on 7, but remember, he does have that +3 second penalty, so this could be quite key. As down the inside looks Taylor, half in attack, half in defence, has got through past his teammate there, Joshua Griffin. Here comes Mackenzie Uren down the inside and takes another few places in there. Jack Collinson in the 119 is back through the 60 seconds on the clock. The top 2 have broken away, but this battle here, third down to, what would you say, around 10th place. Yeah. This could be where pole position for the pre-final is decided.
And I've got to say, when you look back at that race, great thinking, great wherewithal from Albie Friend, because he did go into Gasworks a little bit hot, and he sort of nudged the one Dan Holland racing kart into the other, but then coming through Horseshoe, Albie just sort of backed out, ran wide, allowed those 2 Dan Holland karts to go back through, didn't want to risk a penalty because he was aware, I have gone in a bit deep here. And that was smart driving from Albie Friend, of course, who lost the places back, but now he can regain them.
And he's already gained one of them. He's got past Taylor. It's all gone wrong for Joshua Griffin as well, who's losing positions. I think Riley Morrow has got through now. Where are the leaders? They're going to cross the line. We're going to get another lap in here. There's about 6 seconds on the clock, so they've not seen the final lap board. Friend and Collinson now sharing the track on the road and also in the IC. They're both on 7 points in terms of live scores right now. Should note that the 119 is under investigation. Nothing else beyond that has appeared on our screens, but that's a change down the inside. Friend trying to consolidate pole for the pre-final, trying to consolidate another big haul of championship points, is doing the business. +5 second penalty. That's going to change things. Harry Taylor in the 153, and again in such a close race. At the moment, he's sat where? 6th on the road. It's going to drop him outside of the top 20. That's going to be a huge penalty in terms of points.
It's going to drop him effectively to just about last position. There are 26 karts still in this race, and 25 of them. Chalk running wide. Now, was that braking early? He's still on the outside. Is he slowing down, starting the final lap? Did he think that the race was over, or is he coming back into it? There goes the number 153 over the grass. It's all kicked off again.
You could be onto a good theory there, Henry, that maybe he did think it was the end of the race, but as we said, previous time round, there was still 5 or 6 seconds on the clock. This is now the final lap. It caught out Albie Friend as well. I just wonder, is the front bumper on the 191 okay right now? I tell you what, who's not going to have any problems at all. It's going to be Edward Haynes. Edward Haynes, you never know, could be on for pole position here, even though he's sat on 10 points. He's done what he needs to do. He's going to win the second heat in Minimax. Emerson Mcadrick has come through to finish P2. Albie Friend P3 on the road.
And looking at his front bumper as he crossed the line, you were incorrect. You asked me if Albert Friend's front bumper was okay. It's not. It's an OTK. Because he's on a Tony Kart. See what I did there?
Jack Collinson P4 on the road. Riley Murrow P5. Joshua Griffin 6.
Why did you just see on the flashing up there the number 118 Kart, which is Jensen Chalk, plus 5-second penalty? I obviously that last lap then got a little bit feisty, but I mean. The young man, he's kicking the brake pedal.
Yes.
He's kicking the brake pedal. He's kicking the brake pedal, everybody. Don't panic. He was kicking the brake pedal.
A lot to digest there in that second heat for Minimax. Haynes wins. Mcadrick in second place. Friend third. Now, well, there's the rest of your provisional result. Collinson, Murrow in the top 5. Griffin, Holmes, Ballack, Lines, Taylor and Gilman in the top 10. Cormac, Clark, Chalk, Livings and then Louis Radcliffe in the top 15. That is very provisional. I normally say with a capital P, I'm going to say with a capital V and P, considering just how many penalties are in that and also ongoing investigations.
I mean, one person that is happy at the moment is Peter Griffin. Sorry, I mean Jordan Baines, who has just powered Edward Haynes to a provisional victory.
So in the intermediate classification, again, very provisional. Albie Friend, 5 points. Jack Collinson, 7 points. Finley Lines on 8 points. Edward Haynes, 10 points, as is Griffin. Mcadrick also on 10 points. Murrow and Taylor complete the top 8. And but if you want to see all the results, head across to the British Kart Championships website, www.britishkartchampionships.org, and all the details will be on there, all provided, of course, by motorsport-timing.uk.
Just as watching Albie and Emerson McAndrew. Emerson, last year we talked a lot about Emerson's granddad, who helped him, and Emerson's granddad has since passed away. You know, he's no longer with us, but I know that it made a huge difference to the entire family that he could watch his grandson, Emo, to represent the UK, to be a British champion, and things like that. So I just wanted to say a quick, pay my respects to that. And yes. There's Albie Friend. He looks lost. There we go. Right, now I think Nicole Sutherland is now ready to. Oh, I like the greeting. Let's work on that, Andrew, like a fist bump greeting. Nicole Sutherland, let's do a fist bump greeting. Come on.
Down in Parc Ferme then with Albie Friend. Albie, how's this weekend been going?
Well, the speed's been decent, so that's one good thing. But in the racing, I again caught up a bit in some mess, so just have to get rid of that out of my head, not lose my head and keep going up. That's what I've done, and I think I'm managing to start first for tomorrow, so that's good points for the championship.
And what we've seen from the minis so far, it's been a bit scrappy, you know, it's been all over the place, people coming off the track. How have you dealt with that, and how do you just keep your head down and keep going?
I mean, everything's not going to go your way, so I think I just keep trying to get the best out of it and then getting the most points for the championship.
And back in the Strawberry Awning, what have they been saying to you today and this weekend to keep you fast, to keep your head in it?
Just telling me to go out with the right people, don't lose my head, and just do what I normally do.
Great to hear from you then, Albie. We'll catch you up later on, starting from pole.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll head back up into the comms box ahead of the next race of the day.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work down there in Parc Ferme.
Albie Lapper, up to no good, obviously. Doing something, that's right. Clear off. Clear off. Away, leaving the scene of the crime.
Next race out on Circuit Henry, Micromax. Really good race earlier. Was decided by less than a tenth of a second. So, well, if that's anything to go by, this should be a really good one. We'll be back here at Warden Law shortly after this short break. Back here at Warden Law, Karting North East, where champions are born, getting ready for the next race. Micromax UK, heat number 2 is up next. Here's your grid then for race number 11, the second heat for Micromax UK. Dean Pahal on pole position, James Roots alongside on the front row. Austin Owen and Maximilian Eberhardt on row number 2. They're ahead of Alfie Mayer and Lucien Smith on row 3. Max Jolly and Arthur Farrow, they go from row number 4.
Alfie Garrett and Joshua Cook round out your top 10, and Luke Millward and Benedictus Masiokas, with Ansel Murray and George Climo all the way from Cornwall on row number 7. Sebastian Berman and Sebastian Crawford on row number 8.
Harris Barber and Albert Farrow start on row 9. George Swire and Harry Radcliffe start on row number 10. Outside the top 20, looking to push their way through, are Charlie Page and Logan Rolfe on row 11. Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill start on row number 12. And then it's Josh Husker and Maria Roberto completing the 26 runners in this one. Plenty of stories from the first round of heats. Pahal with the first win of the season.
Excellent.
Aberhart looking good as well, and 1-2 for RCE. But also the big stories for your two top drivers in the championship. Luke Millward and Joshua Cook, first and second respectively in the standings, were 23rd and 26th in the standings earlier. There's a little bit of a to-do out there, Henry.
I love this. Look at them all. None of them, that's a deliberate ploy. So the front two drivers are deliberately bringing them around at a slow pace because Dean Pahal doesn't want James Roots to get the jump on him, and Roots wants to try and get the jump on Pahal. So they're slowing everyone down. Literally, Dan Ashton walked alongside them to say, "Come on, hurry it up." And as a gentle stroll. Ah, yes. So that's a red flag for some reason. I think this could be a game of shut up and listen.
Yeah, I think Nigel Edwards and the clipboard could be marching.
Oh no!
In
It's going to be Dan Ashton and the trainers. Nigel Edwards, the clipboard, is walking elsewhere. Dan Ashton and the trainers could be out there, but this could be shut up and listen. Hang on a second. Let's have a little quick look there. They're not quite sure where to stop. Right there would be good, Dean. Nigel was going, "What are you doing? Stop, stop, stop." And some of them are already got bumper penalties, and now they turn round, Dean, well, what's going on? What's going on? Sorry.
No.
As one was saying.
So this will be a bit of a quick rebriefing for the drivers. What have you found out?
I have discovered, allegedly, apparently, according to my spies out on the circuit, of which there are, I've got eyes everywhere, the front two drivers, Mr. Pahal and Mr. Root, stopped on, and everyone behind them went bump, 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 and there's probably about 20 nose cone penalties before the start of the race. So I think there will be a little bit of a discussion. So game of shut up and listen, that's where the race directors tell the front row drivers to stand up and they listen, and they listen. They're told to shut up and listen. And then the race director tells them how to correctly start a go-kart race. And they say, if you don't get it right next time, you win a special prize, trip to the back of the grid. Free trip to the back of the grid. So there we go. So the clipboard of doom is out.
So it will be restarted.
And now you can see the official there in the centre checking the nose cone brackets. And again, that's really good. So the front two drivers, here we go. So this is now an audience with Mr. Edwards, where you just shut up and listen.
And I was going to say, he does this very well. He does this across all ages as well. I've seen him do this with the youngest set of drivers. I've seen him do it with the oldest set of drivers.
Yes. Very experienced, games master when it comes to shut up and listen is Nigel Edwards, yes.
Races still to come today is also, we've got this one and, of course, race 12 for senior rotax will be after this. Racing recommences tomorrow morning, of course, will be starting. Racing will start at 10 o'clock, will be live just before. That will be the repechage for senior rotax. 10:20 for junior rotax for their repechage. One more heat for KZ2 as well. That will go off from 10:40 tomorrow morning. Then we're into the pre-finals. Minimax 950 first, then Micromax, senior rotax, junior rotax, and KZ2 for their pre-finals. So those all go off from 11 o'clock. And then the finals will go from 1:35 tomorrow in the same order. Minimax 950, then Micromax, then seniors, juniors, KZ2.
obviously, you know, our commentary is going out to the paddock.
Yeah.
I think what we just saw there is a very, very nervous Dian Pahal, who's normally never getting told off by the clerks, and he's suddenly being told off. And I think it was just a case of calm down. Look, it's okay. This is what we need to do. And you can see Mr. Pahal, Dian's dad, there, just saying, this, look, this is where we start to build at the speed.
Yeah.
You forget, how old are these drivers again, Andrew?
From the age of, the year of their 8th birthday up to 12.
So some of these kids could be 7, 8 years old. Okay, and you know, this is the British Championship. People from all over the world are watching. They know the cameras are on them, and I think there was a case of, you know, just sometimes it can get a little bit, you know, overawing.
Yeah.
And that was a really nice thing. You know, Nigel just very calmly speaking to his driver. Dad coming over there saying, "Look, don't panic. It's okay. This is what we need you to do because Dian's not one to get in trouble generally." No. On the track. In the paddock, he's a nightmare. No, I'm joking, Dian. I'm joking. He's a lovely little
runs around a lot.
Energy. I remember. Do you remember what it was like to have energy?
I know. It was a very long time.
Oh, dearie me. Yes. You haven't got to the stage yet where you make involuntary noises every time you get up and sit down here.
Very old.
Now look at that. There we go. There's just a couple of, you know, just to G him up. Now, Dan Ashton being, you know, walking his way, saying one round, and because the last thing you want to do, you don't have an upset driver on pole position. Dian's job now is to control 25 other Micromax karts and bring them round. So he's had a telling off, but, you know, a nice one. His dad has sort of like calmed him down, which again, you know, it's Micromax. I think that's allowed. That is a smart decision for the officials to allow Dad just to calm the driver down because he's not used to being told off. And okay, now, this is going to be key. That young man there, number 23, how quickly can he just switch off? Drivers have got to switch off. That is now going to be completely forgotten about, and you have to focus only on this rolling lap, this start. It's like anything that happened before. Well, it's like racing is life. Anything that happens before or afterwards is just waiting.
Yeah.
So,
the second formation lap underway then. And when we get into the third sector, the grid will form up if you're just joining us like this. Dian Pahal, James Roots on the first row of the grid. Austin Oman and Maximilian Eberhardt on row 2. Alfie Mayer and Lucien Smith start on row 3. Max Jolly and Arthur Farrow on row 4. Alfie Garrett and Joshua Cook. Cook second in the championship heading into this weekend on row 5. Needs a good result here. All of these drivers will make the final, but they do not want to start those big races tomorrow from the back of the grid. Are we good for a race start? No, we're going to go around for at least one more formation lap. The full grid not quite formed up. That one was probably a little bit too quick.
Well, you know, again, okay. The one thing Dian Pahal didn't want to do, he didn't want to bring him around too slowly, and he didn't. But I do think that some of the other, the tail enders, the back markers of the grid there, was a little bit slow kind of getting back into formation.
Luke Millward and Benedict Tasmasiokis on row 6. Millward, your championship leader, was 23rd in his first race earlier on today. The intermediate classification points, remember, these are the ones that will combine the results of this upcoming race and the one that's already gone, will award some championship points and set the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. The result from earlier, if you missed it, do go back and watch it if you can. It was a cracking race. Pahal from Eberhardt started by a tenth of a second. Smith and Owen on the second row of the grid as things stand. Mayer and Farrow 5th and 6th. Jolly and Roots 7th and 8th. But that is all due to change as the field comes through the horseshoe, through Paddock Bend, into the tram lines, looking to those lights for the race start, and it goes green. 10 minutes plus 1 lap underway, and it's straight away Roots who takes the lead, as he did in the first race, round the outside. Challenging there is Maximilian Eberhardt, but a little bit wide. Austin Oman's got second place away from Dian Pahal, and I think it's also been a good one for Lucien Smith. Lucien Smith in the red suit and the white helmet is up to third. Couple of drivers taking to the agricultural routes through the third and fourth corners. I think that was also a bit of a problem for Joshua Cook, running wide out of St. John's. Round to the back chicane for the first time in this one. All 26 karts running. Who's got the lead into Gasworks for the first time? It is still James Roots.
Roots doing an excellent job of sensing a potential issue with Dian Pahal at the start. Took advantage, and I have to say that Dian Pahal, he's lost quite a few positions on the opening lap. There he is. He's out of his rhythm. He needs to settle down and get back into a rhythm. He's lost the lead. Now get back and do what you do best and just drive and start picking up places one by one. Abrahart, though, in third position. Pahal's Richardson Chassis Engineering teammate. In fourth place, rather, chasing Lucian Smith. Alfie Mayer in the number 15 Zip Factory entry is sitting right behind them. And up at the front, there's a look up the inside from Abrahart. Runs wide coming out of Senna 1, and that allows Alfie Mayer to sweep around the outside before we get to Senna 2. 26 karts started, 26 karts still running, and our poll said that Dian Pahal is down to 7th at the moment, but let's see if he starts working his way back up the order.
Well, it was something we learned from Lark Hall in this category, is that Dian Pahal loves an overtake, and there's still 8 minutes of this one to go. Abrahart has got through back past Alfie Mayer. Also flying through the order, was that George Climo in the number 83 making progress? Yes, it was, up 6 places so far is George for Coles Racing.
All the way from 14th on the grid.
Indeed. And, well, right now as well, look, again, it's been so close throughout the year, whether it was in Scotland, whether it was in Lincolnshire at PF for round number 1. This has been the closest category so far in 2024. Currently, 2 points cover the top 5 in the intermediate classification. It's Oman in the lead of it at the moment on 6. So that's a 3-way tie on 6 with Abrahart and Smith. Pahal there on 7, Roots on 8. This is a really, really difficult one to call in terms of who's going to take pole position. Could it be this young driver? Abrahart down the inside of Smith. That's good for 3rd.
And of course, just as we're watching Smith and Mayer battle it away, the number 44 of Lucian Smith and the number 15 of Alfie Mayer. When we talk about the intermediate classification and pole position, it's 0 points for a win, 2 points for 2nd, 3 points for 3rd, 4 points for 4th, and so on. So when we say that there's 2 points separating the top 6, that means that every time one of those drivers gains or loses a place, their position for the pre-final grid changes. We've got live intermediate classifications on the timing screen. At the moment, it's Austin Oman and Max Abrahart tied for pole position. If it's a tie on points, it goes back to which of those 2 drivers qualified better.
Yes, in the time of qualifying earlier on, George Climo was very wide out of Senna number 2 a few moments ago. May have lost a couple of positions. Max Jolly on the attack at his home circuit. Down the inside, Max Jolly at the moment looking at a 4th row start for tomorrow's pre-final and can do something from there for Hunter Motorsport. Good scrap going on between Abrahart and Mayer over 3rd place, which is just allowing Austin Oman to break away. But Abrahart being back up to 3rd place drops his score to 5. That is a good thing. That puts him into 1st place ahead of Oman by a single point. But if Oman can catch up to Roots and overtake Roots, would gain 2 on that occasion and retake the lead in the intermediate classification. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Abrahart's closing back in now to Oman for 2nd place. Fastest driver out there at the moment, Henry. Sebastian Behrman, a good bit of pace there for Jackson Motorsport, 56.63. So look out for the white, green and flashes of blue coming into the back of the shot for car number 37.
Yes, indeed. Now they're coming through the horseshoe. There is Roots leading from Oman, Abrahart. Abrahart will now move to the head of the intermediate classifications. Mayer, Smith, Arthur Faro, Pahal still 7th, then Behrman, Cook, Garrett, Jolly, Masiokas, Climo, Crawford, and the rest. Buddy Hugo, the 26th and last driver, still running, but still in the race and learning. At this age, it's all about laps under your belt. Seat time. Now, the 23 kart of Dian Pahal starts to move forward. He's got that, I think it's a Sri Lankan tiger on the back of his crash helmet. I will double check, but yeah, obviously pointing to his heritage, which is really nice to see.
2nd place changes hands, and Abrahart back down the inside of Owen, so that strengthens the position of Maximilian Abrahart at this stage. The live intermediate classification points update It's now a 2-point lead over Dean Pahal, because Dean Pahal being back up to 6th place means he's dropping the points. Another couple of positions for Dean Pahal, and that would swing things back in the favour of RCE and the number 23 crew, because remember, Dean Pahal had the fastest 3-lap average time in timed qualifying earlier on this morning.
Yes, indeed. Now we look at the lead group coming out of Senna 2 through the Dunlop chicane. And again, you have to say, apart from Brian's Bend, you've got every single corner, as you've got to change the lead, is named after a famous part of a racetrack around the world, which is good. Horseshoe, that's, Laguna Seca might have, though. That's the corkscrew. That's the corkscrew. Anyway, I digress. There is the back there. You can see the back, that wonderful design on the back of Dean Pahal's crash helmet. And I'm not sure if it's a lion or a tiger. I'm sure that Dean will tell me, and he'll tell me off for getting it wrong. But he's certainly now back in the groove. Had a bit of a shaky opening lap. Now he is back in the groove and heading back towards the front, because Andrew, 0.6 of a second, covering the top 5.
Yeah, this one is still really close. I've been really impressed with how Maximilian Eberhardt has constructed this race so far. He's looked calm, composed with these overtakes. Second in the first race earlier on this afternoon. Only lost that one by 0.09 of a second. And Dean Pahal knows that. Dean Pahal back down the inside of Austin Owen for 3rd place, but knows that he needs to get back up towards where his teammate is and then overhaul, take the win if 65 championship points is going to go the way of the number 23, and more importantly, I think at this stage of the weekend, take pole position for the pre-final tomorrow.
Gotta say, the Roots is about, is he going to catch fire and take the race lead soon? Because he's certainly looking very, very, what's the word? Eager, but yet composed at the same time, is James Roots. That Evolve Motorsport team, Chris Lamar's outfit, and there goes Dean Pahal up into P2. And now he's only got his teammate Max Abrahart, and I think Abrahart finished 2nd in the opening race. I think if Dean Pahal, that puts Dean Pahal potentially pole position, because he would win the tiebreaker. So that was the move there, ladies and gentlemen, that could, and I specify the word, that's an excellent new word, Henry. I stress that it is provisional and that it could put him on pole position. If things stay as they are, which of course they don't.
I say it was going to be the strategic thing would be to stay there in 2nd place, but that is not the Dean Pahal way.
No.
Down the inside, takes the lead of the race. James Roots has got through into 2nd as well. Maximilian Eberhardt protests there with a hand off the steering wheel and needs to keep focused. There's still more than 60 seconds to go in this race. So Pahal takes the lead, will return to 0 points. Eberhardt will drop to 5 with a 2nd and a 3rd. Roots will improve a little bit as well, having taken 2nd place in this race, and once more wants to close in on the number 23. Plus 5 second penalty for Sebastian Crawford. Crawford a little bit further down the order is in 25th place at the moment, so this will not affect things at the very front of the order. There's going to be 2 more laps of this one. They'll cross the line with about 28, 27 seconds remaining, so they will expire that time in this next tour of the circuit. And it's still anyone's guess. Roots down the inside. What a move through turn 1. Gotta give credit to Dean Pahal as well. Did not want to give that one up at all. But James Roots takes the lead in the 2nd and final heat today with one of the most spectacular overtakes I think we've seen so far this year.
He's obviously been watching TikToks of Macaulay Bishop overtaking, because that was brave. And I have to say, Dean Pahal, at the very last second, could have turned in, and we could be talking about something a lot different. He saw the danger coming, and it saves the moment. Pahal would still be on pole position for the pre-final. And you think, well, how does a driver know that? Trust me, these drivers, they know.
They know indeed. Joshua Cook's coming back through the field, needs a good result here.
Yes.
Where is teammate Luke Millwood? Is down in 16th place at the moment. Defensive there is James Roots. We're on the final lap now. Dean Pahal, as I say, the thing to do right now in terms of the intermediate classification would be stay there, hold second place, hold it ahead of Maximilian Eberhardt, but that's not how Dean Pahal goes about things, and it's great to watch. It's brilliant entertainment for us here in the box, and James Roots knows it. Good run through turns 5 and 6 all through Senna 1 and Senna 2 through the chicane. Was that a little bit too much of an angle of attack though for James Roots through the back chicane? Checks over the shoulder. He's going to drive to driver's right, but there's a gap there for Pahal to go down the inside and take the lead. Eberhardt hops through into second place as well. Dean Pahal has returned to first position, has one more corner to go. He's going to take 2 victories. It's going to be a 1-2 for RCE again, and on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow will be Dean Pahal. Maximilian Eberhardt alongside on that front row as well with those 2 second places. James Roots third in that one will be on the second row of the grid and will be joined by the 4th place driver in that race, Austin Oman.
There we go, a smile from Dean Pahal. And that's definitely a lion. Well, king of the jungle, king of the micros, and he's the man standing on business. Look at that. There is a man on the mission. I got a feeling. Where's we allowed out there? Dean, are you allowed out there? Maybe he needs a wee. I don't know.
Maybe so.
I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? But certainly, man was standing on business and was wasting no time. He was happy. From 1st to 7th, back to the lead. Well done.
Should stress provisional.
Provisional.
We should say that at 17:05 there was a notification for the number 23 being under investigation, but right now that result provisional in race number 11, heat number 2. Pahal from Eberhardt, Roots, Oman, Cook. That is your top 5. Garrett, Mayer, Behrman, Smith, Pharaoh, all good scores for them in the top 10. Running through the rest of the order, there it is on your screen. You can analyse it as well as at your leisure over on the British Kart Championships and Motorsport Timing UK websites.
Good result there for number 17, Buddy Hugo. Mentioned in mid-race he was stone last. He comes home in 20th, picking up 2, 4, 6 positions, which is, not
bad.
Not bad at all. Going the other way, Arthur and Albert Pharaoh. But here we go. Nicole Sutherland is about to speak to one of our micro drivers. Take it away, Nicole.
We're down with Maximilian Eberhardt then. Maximilian, how's this weekend been going for you?
It's been going brilliantly, actually. Thanks.
And then Dean Pahal is your teammate, obviously. He's doing a fantastic job this weekend, as are you. Do you think you'll continue to push Dean for the rest of this weekend, or are you going to try and get some moves done?
I think I need to try and get some moves done for the championship as well as wins.
Great to hear from you then, Max. Good luck for the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
We'll head back up into the comms box then.
Last race of the day, and here's a quick run through your grid. Kai Hunter and Teddy Pritchard-Williams on row 1, Callum Bradshaw and David Mitchell on row 2, Tommy van der Stroys and Gustav Uzerkoltz on row 3, Archie Walker and Nia Clark, they start on row number 4.
Pearson Bullock Carter and Jamie Perilli, the Heat 1 winner. His first ever Heat win in the British Championship, starting on row 5. Guy Cunnington and Sam Baker on row 6. Joshua Graham and Tyler Harris, row 7. Angus Scrivener and David Aulesner on row 8.
Armand Hamilton and Lewis Gilbert start on row 9. Ralph Youngling and Alex Adams-Acton start on row 10. Jack Collins and Rachel Robertson on row 11. Benjamin Southgate and Archie Butler on row 12. Ben Cook and Alex Duncan on row 13. Jack Gillingham and Tristan Rennie complete the top 14. Keep your comments coming in.
Yes, a big hello to a very proud big sister. Molly is watching her little brother Super Ted starting from the outside of the row 1. I've got to say, Molly, he was fast. Little bro was fast in race number 1, but he does have the master of Warden Law to contend with, Kai Hunter, on his right-hand side. So I know that, Molly, you've got your fingers and toes crossed. Watching Super Ted, but let's have a little look. Can Super Ted fly in the right direction? Because he flew through the air in the wrong direction in the first race, but they got a penalty. But we won't talk about that.
This is an A versus B heat. Everybody's raced once. Nobody has a tyre advantage, or maybe a slide advantage for those on the A side of the grid who, of course, raced in the wet conditions earlier on this afternoon. No, we are not going. That's going to be another formation lap. Yep, you can see the chevron flag out there to say that we're going to go around again. So yeah, if you weren't, oh, it's out as Pearson Bullock Carter.
Oh no!
Pearson Bullock Carter, who had a brilliant run in those damp conditions earlier on, will not take the start of this race from 9th on the grid. Is out.
Yes, and of course he'll be now looking to see how many positions he's going to lose in the intermediate classification, because I'm trying to think back where he finished in the opening race. I have a feeling that will not be, well,
it might be on the cusp.
It'll be on the cusp, on the precipice.
Oh no, it won't. He was disqualified from the first race. So that is going to be repechage for Pearson Bullock Carter.
Bollocks. Bollocks. I said those bollocks. Bollocks. Oh, bollocks. Deary me.
At the moment, the intermediate classification, everybody's raced once, looks like this. No, there will be some drivers in this order who have not, or have raced twice. Hunter and Perilli on 0 points. Clark 2, Mitchell 3, Van der Stroys is also on 3, Southgate 4, Cunnington 5, and Rennie in the top 8 as well on 6. Lights are green. We're racing once again here at Warden Law. Very good start for Kai Hunter. Straight into the lead. Callum Bradshaw slips into 2nd place. Teddy Pritchard-Williams has to concede. Drops to 3rd place in the early stage of this one. Oh, big slide for Guy Cunnington.
Yep.
Off of Brian's bends. Just about got it all together. I think lost 1 position, but it's Hunter leading from Bradshaw. This senior Rotax battle which has raged on throughout the season so far. What are we going to find out in this next chapter? Apart from Pearson Bullock Carter, all 27 drivers continuing to circulate here on the first lap.
Yes, indeed. Now they go through Horseshoe. Pritchard-Williams in 3rd, Bradshaw 2nd. Now Callum Bradshaw, teammate to Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Callum, I am absolutely sure if he gets to Kai Hunter, which he has, when he makes his move, which he will try and ease Kai Hunter as wide as possible to allow his teammates through. And you can see, look at that, Callum Bradshaw. That was, you looking over his shoulder, there you are, Ted, I'm going to block. And saying that, though, Gustav Usakovs, formerly of the Strawberry Racing Parish, decides, well, I've had enough of this, I'm going to join the fun too in his Team Latvia race suit. And we all change the front as Kai Hunter now finds himself elbowed all the way back to about 5th, 6th position. But again, classic teammate. I was waiting for Bradshaw to try and give his teammate a little bit of a helping hand.
I can say we saw some great teamwork there from the Strawberry Racing pair, and then the Hunter Motorsport pair replied back. It's always someone's tear off goes flying out there. Teddy Pritchard having to defend really hard. Bradshaw's going backwards. Through comes Archie Walker. Where's Archie Walker appeared from? As off the road goes Bradshaw and Hunter, and they're cascading down the order now. Through goes Lewis Gilbert, who is in this race. We saw him in a bit of pain at the end of the first one. But it's kicking off again here in Senior Rotax for the 3rd time today, as there's another bit of a close moment coming through Senna 1.
I think Callum Bradshaw either had a tyre going down or a track rod that broke, because, Kai Hunter may not agree with me on this, but as they came out of Brian's Bend, Bradshaw understeered wide. He did force Hunter off the track, which kind of messed Kai Hunter up a little bit, but then, as he came back on, Bradshaw didn't get back up to speed. That tells me that's either a left front puncture, or a left or right front puncture, or a broken track rod. Has Bradshaw come round, or is he dropping down the order? As Pritchard-Williams crossed the line, I can't see Bradshaw on. I think Kai Hunter's back to 15th position. Yeah, Bradshaw's in. Bradshaw had a problem. Good luck trying to convince Kai that he had a problem, but it looks clear as day to me that, that he was understeering off the track because his go-kart wasn't straight, as opposed to the fact that he had Kai Hunter on his outside.
And it just shows you again, you cannot take your eyes off of this Senior Rotax category in 2024, because there is drama everywhere you look.
Drama.
It started at the O-Plate, it continued through PF International. We went to Scotland, where the form book was ripped up again, and once again it's Teddy Pritchard-Williams, one of the drivers who had a real tough time at Larkhall, back on top again. He's looked quick throughout the whole weekend. Gustav Uzakol's having a look at Archie Walker's second place there as they headed into St. John's. Wasn't quite able to make it through there. And Jamie Perilli's coming into this once more. Took a brilliant win earlier on.
Yes.
And seems to be buoyed with the confidence from that one. It's up there into 6th place.
I think you'd say that Jamie's got his dander up. You know, he's certainly, that one win, he admitted himself, he said, you know what, it's got to be the right place at the right time. We'll take our luck. We need a bit of good luck, and it's about time. And he's there now. He's got to make his own luck because he's in the top 5. It is Pritchard Williams, Archie Walker, Gustav Usakovs, the Netherlands, Tommy van der Stroys, and then Perilli, followed by Cunnington, Clark, Mitchell, Baker, Gilbert, Harris, and Olejna.
The other drama as well for Callum Bradshaw, just looking at the results from early, because they can change sometimes after what we see on the road. Bradshaw had a penalty post-race, so was only classified 18th. This is going to be classified down to 25th.
See you in the pre-final, Callum.
That is going to be repechage now. Of course, he could race his way through, but for a championship contender, that is not the kind of news that the championship leader, of course, before the start of this weekend, wanted here on the first day of racing. Back at the front, Pritchard Williams holding Archie Walker off here, Gustav Uzakol's, and it's always important to hold a lead, but particularly in this one, because the style of racing that we've seen here at Warden Law today, Henry, my fear for Pritchard Williams, if he lost that lead, got off the racing line, everybody else is going to come flying through him. Before you know it, he's going to find himself outside the top 5.
Yes. Obviously, it's very sad for Callum Bradshaw. I have a feeling, though, karma has caught up with him. Do you know why? Because, as is my wont, I was looking through old bits of paperwork from what race results that I was commenting on years gone by, and I came across one of a cadet coma race in the British Championship many years ago, or was it Formula Kart Stars possibly, where the B final was won by Anderson Chilcott, who is now helping to run Sam Pollock Racing. Callum Bradshaw finished second in the B final. As a kid, oh dear, change.
Had a little look.
Now again. Callum Bradshaw, world karting champion, said, I never was in a B final. I never made a B final. Well, he's going to be with him tomorrow. Karma, unfortunately. But no, I mean, I'm sure that Callum will be able to. So as he come back to, he's still 23rd, he's still out there. Okay. But if you look at his lap times, he's driving around 50.6. Oh, okay.
Back in pace.
There's me saying that he had his go-kart one working. I think his go-kart is working, but I think he's got the bit between his teeth. He must be listening. He was like, I'm going to prove Henry wrong. No, I'm not getting in no B final. Repechage, sorry, but we'll see.
The trouble for Bradshaw, though, is he's got to find his way, and he's got to do it. He's got to do it without any front fairings and things of that description. With that 18th, I would say he's got to get top 10. He's got to get his average finishing position down so he's in that top 28. So, you know, on average, I think you're looking at 14th across 2 races.
Potentially lower, because we've had such a jumble of the order with so many unsung heroes, such as David Mitchell, such as Angus Scrivener running in the top 10. You know, they're picking up more points than they would usually. So I think it's going to take more points than usual to get in the top 28 at the end of today. That will go straight through to the pre-final and the final. You know, I think more points than usual will be necessary, just because everyone's been beating each other.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment, the intermediate classification looks like this. Jamie Perilli with that 5th place that he's holding in this race, combined with his race win from earlier, would leave him on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. Tommy van der Stroys would be alongside him on the front row. He's 4th in this race at the moment, sitting on 7 points. Kai Hunter and Neo Clark will be on row number 2. They're fighting over 8th and 9th places at the moment. Guy Cunnington, Archie Walker, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort and Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop's the first driver in the clubhouse on 16 points. Is not in this race. Has already raced twice today. So there is quite an opportunity for all of these drivers to beat that and shuffle the O-Plate winner down. Well, he's definitely not got a problem now, has he, Callum Bradshaw, because he's just put a 49.94 in. He's the fastest lap of the race. He's up to 20th spot now. He's also got to hope as well that there is, you know, some changes, some plus 5-second penalties. He's only 6.5 seconds behind the race leader. Once again, Warden Law, as it did in 2023. Now, this is why it's been a feature on the rotax calendar since 2020. Every single year, it produces close, fascinating racing with these rotax machines. And we've still got 1 minute and 30 of this one to go.
Just rewind for a minute or so, Andrew. You said Macaulay Bishop in the clubhouse. Is that a golf reference, I hear?
Yes.
Oh, dear.
I know. I'm sorry. I mean, there is a clubhouse.
There is a clubhouse here, but there's yeah. Apologies to all golf fans. You know, may you find a better sport. I mean, no, I'm joking. I don't play golf because I don't like it. No, I do.
It's very
golf,
frustrating sport.
Golf is a lovely walk in the countryside, ruined by having to hit a golf ball. There we go. Back to the go-karting, however. I'll upset people online saying stop waffling, talk about the racing.
1 minute
racing.
to go.
Yes.
Teddy Pritchard-Williams still leads. This one is looking cool at the wheel, but Archie Walker is right there. He needs a good result as well. Well, I say that, he had a bit of a disaster at the start of the wet race where everybody was on slick tyres as Teddy Pritchard-Williams closes the door on Archie Walker down the Conrod Straight. That was firm but fair in my book. Didn't get a full overlap, did Archie Walker, over the curb, out of dogleg again towards St John's. But it's that risk for Archie Walker. If he goes down the inside too hard and doesn't make the move stick for the lead, he could lose out to Uzakovs, he could lose out to Van der Stroys and Cunnington. The two of those now going side by side, and that's going to bring Lewis Gilbert. Lewis Gilbert definitely needs a good result in this one. Had a retirement in his first. David Mitchell's had a problem in one of the other Craft Motorsport machines. Is down to 23rd. That's a real shame for the driver who qualified brilliantly in those changing conditions earlier on in time qualifying. Final lap board is going to be out, and this is going to be a key one.
Yeah, we've also lost Tyler Harris as well, and Tyler's dad Simon had an operation, so he's not mechanicking this weekend. And look at that, Kai Hunter moves into 7th position and moves into a tie, of which he will win the tie-break for pole position for the pre-final against Tommy Van der Stroys. I was just about to say, starting the penultimate lap, it was Van der Stroys and Jamie Perilli that were the front row starters. You wouldn't have put a bet on that at the start of the day. Now, can Teddy Pritchard-Williams complete the task and hang on? He's got his sister Molly watching, his family are here, his mum and dad are both here. There's a move, and is that Kai Hunter losing a position?
It was.
Here we go. Could that hand pole position for the pre-final back to Van der Stroys or even Perilli? We'll find out now. Pritchard-Williams takes the victory from Archie Walker and Gustav Usakovs. Tommy Van der Stroys in 4th. That's potentially, provisionally, pole position for the pre-final. How many P's can I get into one sentence for Perilli? On the outside of row number 1, Kai Hunter salvages 8th place there, although he didn't realise that 3 corners from the end of that race, he was still on course for pole position of the pre-final. Now, Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Super Ted, was a bit bemused as to why he got a penalty in the first heat race. Well, obviously for podding someone off. And now he's made up for that. And are we going to see a smile off Super Ted? Not quite yet, because it's not Sunday. It's not Sunday just yet. There's Archie Walker. Fashion news, ladies and gentlemen. Archie Walker has cut his fringe. You know, the long fringe that sticks out about 50 inches from your forehead. Well, I mean, he's a trendsetter. Like every 15-year-old child in the country, including my 15-year-old, has what they call an Archie Walker. But it's cut. Now it's gone. The fringe is gone. You know, it was like a sun, a sun cap. You put your fringe down over the eyes and you lift the fringe up. I'm only jealous because the last time I had a fringe was in about 2012. Anyway, anywho, moving on. Oh, well, that's the last race of the day.
It was indeed.
12 races have flown by.
And the provisional result looks like this. Teddy Pritchard-Williams wins by a 10.5 ahead of Archie Walker, Gustav Uzakovs P3. Tommy Van der Stroys, at the moment with that 4th place, will also take pole position for the pre-final tomorrow on 7 points because he qualified quicker than, or higher up in the TQ classification than Jamie Perilli earlier on today. 5th for Guy Cunnington. Guy Cunnington, I think, can be quite pleased with that because of the top 3 drivers in terms of championship standings, he's best positioned after today's set of races. Gilbert, Perilli, Hunter, Clark and Al Lechner in the top 10 of that race. How does that affect the IC? Van der Stroys, as we mentioned, P1. Perilli, P2. Kai Hunter will be on the inside of row number 2 with that one and score points for 3rd. Guy Cunnington P4, Neil Clark P5, Archie Walker P6, Brandon Klein, Nagelvoort P7 and Corley Bishop as well will be on that 4th row of the grid.
Now, that's the end of the racing today. However, audience, viewers. That doesn't mean that the coverage today stops. If you wanted to have a bit of a Saturday evening watching karting from Karting Northeast or watching Alpha Live's coverage, this is what you could do. All you need to do is, if you are on TikTok, if you want an exclusive, live, behind the scenes of the Paddock Show. Now, yesterday, Track Talk, that'll be out on the YouTube channels soon.
Yes, it will.
So you can watch Andrew Mather's Track Talk last night. There's a fantastic feature film that Alpha Live have made about the halfway point of the season. That's a good 15-20 minutes to get you through. And then you can watch live behind the scenes the Paddock Show. Wait tomorrow morning or tomorrow lunchtime to see the premiere of the Paddock Show on the Alpha Live and Motorsport UK YouTube channels. But for the final time today, let's go down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits. Take it away, Nicole.
We're down with Teddy Pritchard-Williams then. Teddy, how's your day been going? Tell us about it.
Not great in the first heat. Got penalties that, everyone apart from some people thought wasn't correct. So, we got to keep going. And it's made the race hard, but see how tomorrow goes now.
Still smiling about it though. I know you were annoyed about that one, but you're still grinning, so can't be all that bad.
You can't stress about stuff that's already happened, can you? You've got to keep looking forward. And so a lot of point scoring opportunities to come, so got to keep our head up and keep going.
Yeah, and then teammate Callum Bradshaw, he's had a bit of a difficult weekend so far with some penalties and some crashing then. So does that change anything for you going into tomorrow?
No, I want to beat everyone. It doesn't matter if it's my teammate or not. So, let's keep going.
We had a chat about this when we were at Larkhall as well. Been playing any golf recently? Been improving or still as bad as you were?
I think I'm getting worse. Yeah, JP's getting a lot worse though, so that makes me feel better.
It's not very nice. You can't look at somebody else's misfortune and be like, oh yeah, that's all.
Wow, the way you've worded that. Golf's for everyone. Always enjoy it.
Thanks, then, Teddy. I'll catch up with you later on this weekend. Great to speak to our drivers today. Some fantastic racing, and we'll be heading into that same again tomorrow. It's been fantastic. Thanks to Henry and Andrew for providing top-tier commentary. We've got more to come from the Paddock Show. We're live from 10 a.m. tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss out. We're going to find out who will take those victories later on this weekend.